What's up, Tim?
I'm going with hell yes and God no for my two answers on pickleball.
Okay.
Poll questions are up.
Questions, ladies and gentlemen. Questions. The show is on fire.
You know, I'm between can and bottle. I know you're a draft guy. I don't do draft. But canned beer gets colder than bottled beer. I'm convinced of it.
Just funny, I'm convinced of the other.
He's done for the year. That's the update, Ryan. I mean, he's done for the year.
Non-contact, too. He was not engaged with the guy he was supposed to be blocking yet.
All right, let's do this.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this Football Friday.
Football Friday?
How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. You know, Pat Kerwin had talked about it. He warned us about it.
Every week he warned us, David.
He has altered his training camp tours this season to try to fly as little as possible because the late night flights get canceled this time of year. Pat has been driving throughout the eastern part of the country.
And unlike one David Moulton, Pat would prefer to be on an airplane.
But Pat decided to fly back to the Northeast last night. And the one flight that he has had scheduled in the last 12 days got canceled. So Pat is jumping on a plane right now, and Pat will not join us this morning on Miller and Moulton. One flight. He needed one flight in 12 days to come through for him. That was it. He had narrowed it down to that. I don't know what the football analogy is. He went for it on fourth down every time. He stayed away from his kicker. And the one time he sent the kicker out onto the field, it got blocked. I don't know. He ran the ball, for 11 straight plays. And then he was going to throw one pass, a safe play. What bad could happen? Intercepted down the sidelines. So no Pat Kerwin on the show today. But we got a Joe Zagacki to talk some Canes. We're going to talk about the best team in baseball. The team with like the 8th lowest payroll.
It could just be a segment in which we try to name 5 Milwaukee Brewers.
Right. Which the manager of the Milwaukee Brewers has challenged all of us to do within the last few days.
You win, sir.
My first question for Bart Winkler when we have him on the show, are the Brewers playing so well that they're the lead over the Packers?
Stop it.
It's August. Come on
right,
now.
That's exactly my point.
Do you think Euchre is cashing in his chips? Okay. And he's negotiating here on behalf of the Brewers. He's going, I did those games for all those years. Okay. Never won the World Series. All right. I mean, at least now I got box seats. Okay. And if you want, I could sit in a suite. That's your call. But what do you say? Hey, what do you say?
Boy, would be something if after his passing, the Brewers were to win a World Series.
Yep.
Did the games for so many years.
Yep. So Miller and Moulton, some of what we have on the show today. But ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if we've turned over a new leaf. I don't know if it took us 19 years to evolve, and we've done so in the last 2 weeks. But we have been early and at times often with our poll questions lately, where for years, over a decade, we struggled to come up with one. Never mind come up with it in a timely manner. And now we're posting poll questions before the show gets underway.
Well, I don't want you to break your arm patting yourself on the back or patting me on the back, because it's something that we should be doing. It's not that hard. You and I make it hard.
No, I wasn't patting ourselves on the back at all. I said we were terrible at it for 19 years. But seemingly out of nowhere, in the last 2 weeks, Miller and Moulton, it's like you came back from vacation. And all of a sudden, we figured out this poll question thing.
Well, I think it's all the show prep that we've done since I've come back from vacation. We've really revamped the way we do this show. We spend a lot more time talking about each segment, what we're going to do, and things of that nature.
Ladies and gentlemen, we were talking to one another at 5:46 a.m. this morning Eastern. That's a lot of conversation for Miller and Moulton before a show. A lot. But we have at least 2 days today, right? I mean, that's the impetus to the poll question. We've really been, buying into these, national or international, quote, days?
Well, I check it every night to see if there is something worthy of a question, something that is there for our listeners, that they like, that we like. And today, I thought that there were 2 easy layups from the day that it was today on the National Today calendar that I check out either in the evening, the night before the show, or the morning of the show. And today is International Beer Day. What a great day. What a great day. Internet, not just National Beer Day, International Beer Day. So maybe you can try to drink yourself around the world and partake in as many imports as possible. But I just simplified it down to the 3 basic ways that you get a beer: a bottle, a can, or a draft. Simple as that.
And I
by the way, chose can.
Wow.
Couple of reasons for it. I think the can get colder than the bottle. I could be wrong. If there is a chemist out there that can help me with that, 21,000's the text line. But the other side of it is, if you're drinking a can of beer, and I don't like draft beer. I prefer a can or a bottle over a draft. So draft wasn't even part of the equation. But if you're drinking a can of beer, that does imply certain things. That you're outside, that you're by the pool, that you're on the golf course, that you're on the beach, places where you can't have a bottle of beer for fear of the glass breaking.
Right.
So I went with a can of beer.
Okay. Can of beer is my least favorite form of taking in my beer. I'm a draft bottle can guy in that order. So I voted accordingly. But did we do this on the air a few days ago, or was it off the air during a commercial break where I said, Mark, Friday, August 8th is National Pickleball Day?
David, if you did it on air or off air, because I honestly don't remember you ever talking about it. I really don't.
Well, maybe this could refresh your memory. I said, I've gotten a couple emails and I could book a guest.
Oh, that's right. You did claim you were going to book a guest, and I did threaten you with leaving the show if you did that.
Yes. And you said,
you're right. I would, you know what? That's why I put it so far out of mind, because I was so distraught when you brought up the idea of having a pickleball guest on the show.
And Mark, there are certain lines in the sand, certain guests that have been booked, certain things that have happened during 2 or 3 shows, which when one of us says to the other, that is truly our line in the sand. You can't cross this Rubicon, if you will. Okay. That I will do what you think I will never do if we go down this road again. Okay. We had OJ's manager booked for us on this show. All right. And Mark wanted nothing to do with the segment. And I didn't either, but I did the segment.
He was in our studio.
Yeah.
I would not look at him.
Right. Didn't talk to him, wouldn't look at him. Right. And so when I said, hey, it's National Pickleball Day, and I can get us a guest. And Mark said what he just said, hey, I would walk off the show. And I went, oh, come on, you can't do that. And Mark said, no, this is OJ's manager. Got it? And I went, oh, snap. We're going there.
I love a dill pickle. I'll even do a bread and butter pickle.
I've had 3 pickles this week.
I've probably had a couple. I like pickles. Pickles are delicious. Had a smash burger, onions, pickles, mustard, ketchup. Wonderful.
But Miller and Moulton, not exactly on the pickleball bandwagon. But And I said this to Mark off air. I go, my 24 and 28-year-old nephews play a weekly pickleball game. Now, their stock has never been lower with me because of it, but that I went, damn, appealing to the 20-year-olds? Huh.
Well, I mean, we consider that generation incredibly lazy, so it would fit. I mean, this is tennis for lazy people is what pickleball is.
Yeah, or tennis for people who can no longer play it because it's a lot less running around. It does have a ping pong feel.
Right? Yes, it's you stand. It's ping pong, and you just stand on the court. The noises are incredibly annoying. It's one of the most obnoxious games from a noise standpoint that I've ever heard.
Yet, I believe, doesn't Andre Agassi now play pickleball?
Sure he does, and I'm sure he's getting paid handsomely to show up wherever it is he's showing up to play ping pong.
So, what was it you wanted the question to be?
Do you consider pickleball a sport?
and I said, hell, I was just want to know if you play it.
So the answers to David's question are hell yes and God no. You know how I stand on that. Miller and Moulton, great show lined up for you. The starting fives, 25 minutes away. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I will say this. I think bowling's more of a sport than golf. I think they're both hobbies. I mean, they're competitions, but I don't think golf's a sport. I love golf. I love golf, but I don't think it's I mean, it's competition.
Is it an activity different than a sport? Brett for cornhole. And remember who it was that said, if I'm watching it on ESPN, it's a sport. It's the Entertainment and Sports Programming Network. Okay.
Oh, by the way, I'd all in to go to a dart competition. I would do that in England in a heartbeat. In a heartbeat.
No, I don't consider a hot dog a sandwich.
It's its own category.
Yep. It's like Social Security. It's its own budget. Paul,
Hottie.
do you think pickleball's athletic?
Oh, look at pickleball guy is like CrossFit guy right now. You can't. It's the greatest sport in the world. Just ask them.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Uh-oh. We went pickleball in a poll question on National Pickleball Day. And things are heating up along the text line 21,000 and the Twitch and YouTube chat rooms. All right. These are fighting words to some. Miller and Moulton, not big fans of pickleball. Don't even know if it's a sport. We're kind of debating that. All right. Is it a sport or is it an activity? There's a difference. Now, I will say there are things like you said you would go somewhere and watch a dart competition.
Yeah, to be over in England when they're all watching, everybody's drinking, hooting, and hollering, I think
Right.
that would be a riot.
Now, do you consider it a sport?
No,
Right.
it's an activity. Can an activity be a competition? Absolutely. You know, poker is not a sport, but it's played competitively.
Right. Well, this goes back to the Casey Martin debate of, what is that, 30 years ago now? 25 years ago? But like, is golf a sport or is it an activity? And how essential is the walking part to golf? Is that what makes it a sport? Okay. And Tiger and Arnie and Jack and others, okay, testified that walking is an essential part to the competitive game of golf. Hence, it's why it's a sport. And Casey Martin and others argued, no, Don't need it. I mean, on the Champions Tour, you allow carts. So what are you
Right,
talking about?
because they're older.
Right.
And
So-
they can't walk as well at that age as they can when they're younger.
Right. So
Text
And-
lines open at 21,000. The question for the poll question today is, do you play pickleball? I wanted to ask, do you think pickleball is a sport? I was overruled by David. And I don't really want to say overruled because I just went with it. I could have typed the question any damn way that I wanted to. He doesn't do the poll question.
right.
but
I
I-
still do the poll question.
But I did get this text right off the bat. Pickleball is not a sport. It's an abomination.
Wow. Wow.
Another texter says, mark off the top rope, pissing off all the old geezers at the 55 and older community who love pickleball.
Hey, not just the 55 and older community. That's what I've found out recently. My two 20-year-old, 20-plus-year-old nephews play a weekly pickleball game.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised that coming from the laziest generation ever.
Damn. Now you are, that rope's getting higher. This might be steel cage. You're
Fine by
climbing up
me.
higher and higher. But you know what? Probably should have gone with your question. Getting a lot more reaction. I just thought it'd be obvious that people would just vote it a sport. Okay, but apparently not. Probably should have gone with your question.
Hey, I
Okay.
can make that happen easily, David.
Okay.
I can make that happen easily.
I think it would generate more response. So, and International Beer Day, draft bottle can. How do you prefer your beverage?
And I don't know if Phil Steele voted on two of our poll questions yesterday and not the third, because the votes on the Seminoles and Canes over-under were huge. The vote on the Gators over-under was a little less than our normal vote, which surprised me. But from yesterday, our college football day, our Phil Steele day on the show, and for those of you that download the podcast, or those of you that don't, I actually included the 5 or so minutes that we had with Phil during the commercial break for those of you that download. So I hope you appreciated the extra time that we were able to get you with Phil Steele yesterday. But 62% say the Gators are going over 7.5 wins. 69% say the Seminoles are going under 7.5 wins. And 67% of you say the Canes will go under 9.5 wins.
Ooh, really? Oh, wow. Okay, that one surprises me a little bit. I thought there'd be a little more optimism with the Canes. I mean, preseason top 10 in the coaches poll, viewed by everyone in the conference as the second best team in the conference, behind just Clemson. I got to admit, listening to Phil Steele yesterday, do you put some shekels on Clemson to win the Natty? I mean, he starts going through units, the experienced quarterback back, and you start going, playing in an easier conference, albeit not an easy opener, but they get LSU at home. But do you put some shekels on Clemson for the Natty?
Well, the one thing that you pointed out there is that Phil thinks very highly of damn near every unit they have. And most importantly, he's big on Clemson at both lines of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
That's important to me. The other part about Clemson that I like this year, David, is what did Dabo finally do? He went out and he got himself a couple of transfers. And he did it like Nick did with Bama, like Kirby does with Georgia. He didn't go nuts in the portal. He assessed positions of need and went out and made his ball club better.
I mean, didn't Phil say he's got Cade Klubnik for the Heisman?
Yes, he does.
And he
Yes, he
feels
does.
and he feels really good about it too. Like he just thinks they're going to tear it up. And they're going to be favored in every game they play.
And remember, they don't play Miami. If they see Miami, it would be in the ACC title game. That's, of course, if Miami can get there.
Right. So
But Clemson at 9-1 to win the national title, for what it's worth.
Who's ahead of them?
Ohio State, they are your odds-on favorite right now, according to Hard Rock.
That's unbelievable.
Texas is next. They're very close. Ohio State plus 425, Texas plus 450. Penn State 6-1. Georgia 6.5-1. Oregon 8.5-1. Clemson and Alabama 9-1. I would say from an odd standpoint, because I think they're right there, Notre Dame at 11-1 to me is an interesting play.
I agree.
I mean, from an odds and a value standpoint, can you do better than Notre Dame at 11-1 and then LSU at 13-1? Because LSU, they're in a spot. If they lose week 1, then they've got to really do something, because they're going to have to basically get through the SEC with 1 loss if we do think you only can have 2 losses to get into the tournament. But if they beat Clemson,
well, then how much in danger is the loser of Ohio State, Texas? Do they only have 1 bobble the rest of the year too?
I think so.
I
I think so.
will say, if that's the case, if they don't start adjusting who's making the playoff, okay, they're going to be no good games.
Right. Then what's his face at Indiana's right? Dump Virginia and get Kent State on the schedule.
Right. Virginia's too good.
Exactly. We can't take our chances in a game like that.
I thought it was basketball he was talking about, like Isaiah was on the Hoosiers and Sampson was on the Cavaliers. No, he's talking 2025 college football. Thought he was talking like 1981 hoop.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yinzer, I'm proud of you for saying you can run circles around the two of us. One guy's got a broken back, and the other guy's been in constant pain for 6 to 8 months. So, I mean, good on you, buddy.
Although I didn't think running was needed for pickleball.
It's not. And I don't think I'm grumpy. I'm just not a pickleball guy, Yinzer. And pickleball guys like CrossFit guy used to be. They can't talk to you about it enough and how great it is. I would say, Yinzer, right now, I'm in the best shape outside of my back. Physically, I'm in the best shape I've been in 30 years. So I'm sure you could run circles around me, but I've never been strong. Before this, I'd never been stronger in the gym, never been stronger on the treadmill. I'm in pretty good shape right now, dude. But I'm sure you could run circles around me. I didn't know that was something I worried about at 56. Or 55, I guess, for another couple weeks.
No, Jake, on pickleball, it definitely does. This is not new, by the way. How long has pickleball like become semi-popular? 2, 3 years?
No, longer than that.
Okay. But anyway, when it was first, I think 2 years ago, we were like, no, we're not in. It's not our thing.
Paul, you're already done with us? 2 segments into the show? Right on.
Just because you don't agree, or do you have to go? That is the one thing. We used to be able to be disagreeable without it being nasty or take offense. Remember, that's how we always used to sit around and talk politics and religion and what have you, because we could just disagree.
I will say I don't ever remember us talking religion as a society. I don't. I never thought that was something that was a discussion topic. At least not where I'm from. But everybody was,
Right.
kind of the same. But I don't remember. But certainly politics were talked about, and you could agree.
All the time.
All the
Right. Not anymore.
And Yinzer was just defending his game because pickleball is that important to him. Way to defend your game. Is your big play the drop shot, the 2-hand forehand, or the 2-hand backhand?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. And we went there. We did it. On this National Pickleball Day, we ask, is pickleball a sport? The vitriol in the text line and in the chat room. We're trying to keep it civil. We're losing listeners, either for the rest of the show or forever. We don't know yet. It's still pending. Let's do this.
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting Five.
Mark, I'm going to need you for just a few seconds. We start number 1 with the NFL. And Mark, I'm asking a rhetorical question, but I need your help. It's August, Mark. And what's the only thing that counts?
Well, of course, David, that would be injuries.
Thank you, Mark. You can go back to whatever you were doing.
Perfect. Thank you.
Anthony Richardson in the first preseason game, I think it was the first series. He was 2 for 3 in the game. Anyway, he didn't see the blitzer coming from the right side. Probably should have seen him, considering there was only a tight end in front of him and the tight end was going out on a pass pattern. But that's a whole other story. Anyway, he gets sacked and his right pinky finger was at a 90-degree angle. As Richardson said, I looked at it the first time and disregarded it, but when I looked at it the second time, I asked myself, am I tripping? He goes to the sidelines. They pop it back in, but it was swollen and sore. He tried to grip a football. It wouldn't work. So that was it. Anthony Richardson made it not through a series. In the preseason opener, Daniel Jones came in, played the rest of the first half. Shane Steichen, the head coach, said, that might be it for Jones. We may have to give Richardson the second preseason game as well, because he really didn't do much in this one. So we'll see how long the injury keeps him from throwing a football and what have you. Chargers suffered a massive injury yesterday at practice, and by all accounts, it was non-contact. He was about to be engaged with a pass rusher, but all-pro left tackle Rashawn Slater ruptured the patella tendon in his left leg. Out for the season. Now, the Chargers do have a terrific right tackle in Joe Alt. He was the 5th overall pick in last year's draft. So the thinking is Alt, who played left tackle throughout his college career at Notre Dame, will move over to left tackle. But the Chargers make no bones about it. That, to them, they're a power running team, and the offensive line is the most important unit on the team. And they lost their best lineman, who they had just signed to that massive 4-year, $92 million extension, the most money that an offensive lineman had ever been paid. Ravens rookie cornerback last night in the same game that Richardson got hurt, Bilal Coney tore a left knee ligament. He's out for the year. He was a 6th-round pick out of Western Michigan, who they said was battling for the final DB spot. Now, this is interesting. All of a sudden yesterday, Micah Parsons couldn't practice because he has a bad back.
Yep.
I thought for the 4 or 5 days leading up to it, it was just a holdout. Now it's a back injury?
Well, that's the easiest one to say you have when you don't really have an injury, David.
That is true, because how does somebody find out and say you're a liar? So no Mike at practice, not even in Jersey. He wasn't there yesterday. We'll see if this gets resolved. 27 days until the Eagles host the Cowboys in the opener. And what was also disclosed yesterday, Mark, if we're going to amend are the only thing that counts in August are the injuries, okay, if we're ever going to amend it and also say, and the holdouts, apparently the Steelers have a couple of situations which had not been talked about previously. Because for months the focus was on, is Aaron Rodgers going to sign with the Steelers? And if so, when? And doesn't he have to be there for minicamp? And then it was, are they going to sign TJ Watt? Is he going to hold out? Well, Cam Hayward hasn't practiced. Oh, by the way, 2 weeks in. Now you're reporting that Cam Hayward hasn't practiced? Is it because the 36-year-old is hurt? No, his feelings are hurt. He's apparently only the 18th highest paid defensive tackle in the league. He had 80 tackles and 8 sacks last year. He made the all-pro team at the age of 35. Nobody had done that on the defensive line since Bruce Smith. So Hayward's like, hey, I know I'm under contract this year for 14 3/4 and next year for 14 1/2, but come on, man, I'm underpaid. Steelers have $18 million in cap room for this year to be able to afford a little something. But so far, they can't reach agreement on a deal. They also can't reach agreement on their kicker, Chris Boswell.
He might be their most important offensive player, David.
Mark, 3 years ago, when he signed his contract, he was tied with Justin Tucker for the highest paid kicker in the league. Now, 3 years later, and after making 41 of 44 kicks last year, which I believe is 93%, Mark, he's the lowest paid kicker in the division. So he's like, hey, how about a little something for the effort? So they're working on Boswell and Hayward.
Wait a minute. He's paid less than the Baltimore kicker?
Well, you know, Tucker, I think, still on the books.
Okay.
But anyway.
All right. But you know what I'm like? That
right.
one just kind of caught me when you said that. What?
But he's paid less than the Browns and the Bengals kicker.
Okay. Yeah.
Which should be disconcerting, right? Once again, the Steelers, $18.6 million, reportedly under the cap. Can they make these two happy? By the way, the 3 preseason games last night, you never bet, Mark, we didn't mention this. It's on me. I saw it, and I was incredulous.
Ravens.
We're a 6-point underdog. They don't lose in the preseason.
They lost last year to break that long string of covering for what seemed to be like 4 or 5 years of preseason football.
They won like 21 straight preseason games. Okay, and then last year they lost a couple close ones. They were a 6-point dog to the Colts. Yeah, Baltimore beat them 24-16. Do you remember last year when I said, hey, it's me, so consider the source? But I am telling you, I heard it from people on the Eagles staff that they liked Tanner McKee more than Kenny Pickett. And McKee was the 3rd-string quarterback behind Pickett. Tanner McKee, looked terrific last night. Ran for 1, threw for 2. He's going to be no longer a secret. By the way, Burrow in the first-team offense played a couple series. They scored a couple touchdowns. Burrow was 9 of 10. But the Eagles won the preseason game over the Bengals 34-27. And Pete Carroll returned to Seattle, albeit in a preseason game. And it was a tie. 23-all between the Seahawks and the Raiders. Baseball, 4 games yesterday. Mariners beat the White Sox in 11, 4-3. They sweep the series. They're a game and a half behind Houston. They are the 5 seed right now in the American League playoffs. Pay attention, though. Josh Naylor, recently acquired, hurt his shoulder swinging a bat. Had to leave the game in the 3rd inning. Pay attention to that going forward. Skeens, Mark, gave up 7 hits in 6 innings. He had never given up that many hits in that short a time before. But he allowed no runs and struck out 8, and the Pirates beat the Reds 7-0. Reds now 3.5 behind the Mets for the final playoff spot. Marlins blew a 6-2 lead. Drake Baldwin, 2 homers, 5 RBIs for the Braves. Atlanta 8-6 over Miami. And the A's shut out the Nats 6-0. Golf, first round of the FedEx St. Jude Classic. Akshay Bhatia. Pretty sure that's how you pronounce his
Yeah,
name.
you got it.
He shot an 8 under 62. He finished the round eagle birdie to have a one-shot lead over Tommy Fleetwood. Couple of other Brits who are competing for the Ryder Cup. Harry Hall and Justin Rose shot 664s. Hall, when asked about it afterwards, he was all smiles. He was having a great time at the presser. He gets asked about the Ryder Cup. His face changes immediately, and he basically gives a no comment. Do you think he knows he's not going to be picked on the team, even though you can make a good case for him? Morikawa, a 4 under 66. Where did this come from? Scheffler 3 under. By the way, Keegan Bradley and Chris Goddard both shot 2 over, which is tied for 57th in a 70-man field. LIV Chicago gets underway today. Archie Manning was asked about his grandson, Arch, and he said, yeah, he's going to be at Texas next year. I mean, I haven't talked to him about it in a little while, but he's going to be back at Texas next year. We've been saying this for a long time. We said it last year when Ewers was playing. Archie, Peyton, and Eli all stayed for their senior years. Arch is staying too. WNBA, our buddy Semesco and the Dream. Third best record in the league. They've won 4 in a row, 6 of 7. They beat Chicago by 21. LA was awful. And they've won 8 of 9. They're tied for the final playoff spot. Sparks beat Connecticut by 11.
I do think, by the way, Semesco and the Dream are leading the league in most dildos thrown during their games. I think.
Oh, really?
I don't know if anybody else has had it happen a second time.
Oh, okay. I mean, do we need to start having over-unders on that a night? 1.5? And Phoenix bombed the Fever 95-60. Alyssa Thomas has had her 3rd straight triple-double. No one's ever done that in the WNBA before. By the way, it's August 8th, and there is no talk whatsoever about Caitlin Clark coming back anytime soon. Holly Rowe gave that report in a game like 10 days ago in which they said, yeah, they got like a 5-day layoff between like August 16th and 21st. And that's probably when they're going to try to ramp her back up to play. There aren't a ton of games left if she's coming back on August 22nd.
What's amazing is how well they're playing without her.
Until recently, yeah. They had won 4 or 5 in a row before losing 2 in a row.
Right.
And a reminder, go to millerandmoulton.com and sign up for our Fantasy Football Summit. It's Tuesday night. Buffet dinner begins at 6. The event begins at 7. Dr. Roto, you, Miller and Moulton, plenty of football talk, food and drink on a Tuesday? Come on now. Your life's not better than that. Go to Miller and
Buffet
Moulton.
for David. And my guess is, I'm going out on a limb here. He may have a beer, but I doubt it. What I'm guessing is what David will do is get himself a pitcher of diet soda just for himself.
It's been done before. And at 8 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories. And Archie says Arch is staying here on Miller and Moulton.
3 poll questions yesterday, 3 poll questions today. It's International Beer Day. How do you prefer your beer? Right now, draft beer leading with 44% of the vote. My can coming in last. Do you play pickleball? 73% of you have said, God, no. And do you consider pickleball a sport? Nearly 2/3 of you are saying that it is not a sport.
Oh, no, really? Oh, my goodness. Oh, the angst. That is going to, and that's all going to come on us, too. And you and I just get one vote. It's not like, we're doing the voting here, but we are going to take a fierce backlash over that.
Well, the pickleball player is a lot like the person who did CrossFit 5, 8, 10 years ago. They cannot wait to tell you about their game of pickleball, just like the CrossFit person couldn't wait to tell you how many burpees they did yesterday. That's my analogy, and I'm sticking to it. Miller and Moulton. Miss any of the show? You know where to go. MillerandMoulton.com.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's. Your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I got some stuff.
Good.
Oh, Sonny, I am not going to the bank to watch preseason football. Are you out of your mind? Sonny, and I'm not kidding. If you gave me suite tickets and you gave me limo service to and from the game, I'd say no. And I have no plans for tonight. None.
I, on the other hand, if offered a limousine ride to and from and suite tickets, which would include food and drink, I could probably go to a preseason game. I wouldn't watch any of the game. I'd sit in the suite and drink beer and probably watch a baseball game on television, but
But in all seriousness, Sonny, one of the reasons I also don't watch it, I don't even watch it on television anymore because I think it creates a false bias.
did you happen to hear what Aaron Rodgers said about preseason football earlier? He basically said along the lines of what you just said there, David, but he said something to the effect of it's not real football. He says coaches even talk to one another before the game. They're not going to blitz or they're not going to do this. They're running base packages. He goes, it's one high safety, one low. He goes, it's so simple that it's really not football. I mean, he's only been around the game for 2 decades. I think he's got a pretty good gauge. You may not like him, but I think Aaron Rodgers is speaking reasonably accurately about preseason football.
I found myself many years ago forming opinions about players and teams, usually in a positive manner. And then they would start playing for real, and the players and the teams wouldn't look as good.
And Michael, I don't think they fight for roster spots as much as in preseason games as they do in combined practices.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Football Friday.
Yeah, whatever.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Your football magic numbers 15, 20, and 27. Week 0, week 1 of the college football season. It was 4 weeks last night. The Eagles hosting the Cowboys. Will Micah Parsons be there? Oh, there'll be a dramatic entrance or lack of one. I can see the NBC cameras now. Will they be tracking a private plane like college football recruiting leading up to kickoff? Anyway, I'm getting a little over the top. I know. I'm sorry.
David,
Hey,
I have to be honest with you. I was thinking about this. I don't know if you will ever go over the top the way you did earlier this week with, was it Ryan O'Halloran who's moving to Jacksonville?
right. Yeah.
I know it was shtick. I get it. And we don't do a lot of shtick, but I know you were going over the top. I would love you this weekend to do something that I know you've never, ever done. Listen to that segment again and do it with your family around. Force your wife and daughter and even the son-in-law who you like to listen to that segment and then text me whether or not they think you need help.
Well, I think I believe I openly talked about how bored and how much of a lack of a life, and I have no friends here in Jacksonville. And next month, it will be 3 years since we moved here. So I think they would be a little disconcerted, upset with me of my views of, being around them, because they're kind of happy about it. and I'm not. So, I don't know if I could listen with the family. You're right. I don't listen to anything that we do. And when everybody says, "Hey," I'm like you. I look right at them and go, "Why do I have to listen to it? I helped do it. I can remember." And besides, Miller and Moulton forget about the show within 13 minutes of the show ending.
In fact, there's no truer statement ever said than what David Moulton just uttered, because when I put the podcast up, I try to put a summary of what each segment was about. And there are times in which I can't remember what we did in the first segment of the hour, and the hour's just ended.
Right. He has to ask me, "Hey, what were we talking about 2 segments ago?" I'm like, "The Steelers." "Oh, yeah, that's right. The Steelers." Got it. Hey, so we were having some fun yesterday. The Hard Rock app, they had the over-unders. And so
Right.
we used them for 3 poll questions. We took their over-unders on the Gators, the Knowles, and the Canes, and just said to you, you going over, you going under. So we got Bud Elliott on the show on a regular basis. We like Bud. We respect Bud. He's put together a mini media empire. All right. And so on his Cover 3 podcast, he had Chip Patterson, Danny Cannell, and Tom Fornelli join him in picking over-unders on all the ACC teams.
Okay.
Mark, I believe there were 3 teams that they were in universal agreement with. So I'm not even going to give you the teams in which they voted 3-1 a certain way. Cal's over-unders 5.5. All 4 of them voted under.
Okay.
Duke's over-under is 6.5. All 4 of them went over.
Yep. Okay.
On Duke. And then actually there were 2 others. I'm sorry. There were 4 teams they were in universal agreement about. This is how bad they think Stanford is. Over under 3.5. And all 4 went under. That's basically screaming they're not going to win a conference game.
Exactly.
But this one surprised me. North Carolina's over-under is 7.5. Which way do you think they were in universal agreement?
Under.
Over.
Really?
Yes. That's why it caught my attention. It's one thing, Cal, Stanford, Duke. So they all think North Carolina is going to win a minimum of 8 games. Huh.
By the way, just to back up their Stanford claim quickly, David, at non-conference schedule, at Hawaii, it's at Hawaii.
It's winnable.
At BYU, not winnable.
No.
Notre Dame and San Jose State.
No.
I mean, they've got to get 2 of those 4 and then get 2 in conference.
And they all said, yeah.
No way.
It ain't happening.
Right.
So, but North Carolina, 7.5 over under in universal agreement over. I'm like you.
For the record, you're getting odds on that bet. I mean, the one thing I do not like about the Hard Rock app is just how radical their lines are. Over under 7.5. Well, you're minus 165 if you're playing the under. You're plus 135 if you're playing the over. So they are going right into the teeth of what, in this case, the Hard Rock app thinks, because they're telling you that they think it's going to be under.
And then our buddy Warren Sharp, he's into analytics. He loves his numbers. And I got to admit, he puts out some really good information.
Yes, he does.
Warren Sharp released yesterday best division one-loss records by opponent for the last 10 years. There are 5 teams, or I should say 5 rivalries, in which over the last 10 years, one team is 17 wins and the other team only has 3. The Packers are 17-3 against the Bears. I think we said it during the offseason. All right. That coach and quarterback want to show their fan base that things are different. Win some division games. And think about it. If they were to beat the Packers, 17-3. You know who else is 17-3 in the last 10 years? The Patriots over the Jets. Remember, Brady hasn't played for them for 5 years. 2020 through 2024, no Tom Brady. And yet the Patriots are still 17-3 against the Jets. But Mark, there are I know people are tired of the Chiefs. I know that there's jealousy now with the Chiefs. But Mark, the 3 other rivalries in which one team has won 17 of the last 20 meetings in division. The Chiefs are 17-3 against the Broncos. The Chiefs are 17-3 against the Chargers. And the Chiefs are 17-3 against the Raiders. Holy.
Somewhere Pedro is going, you're my daddy.
The whole damn division. I mean, not even 16, not even one of them could go 4-16. And remember, the Broncos are 3-17, and the Chiefs mailed it in the regular season finale last year. Yeah. Holy blank. I mean, in all seriousness, when the Patriots had that long domination of the AFC East, they didn't beat the Dolphins like this. In fact, the running joke was, oh, Miami will beat them in Miami. Patriots may go 5-1 in the division, but they ain't winning in Miami. They always lose in Miami. I mean, a 14-2 Patriots team got beat by a 4-12 Dolphins team in Miami.
And that's probably why when you go to those divisions and point out those games, David, it's why we've had a different team win the NFC East each of the last 20 years now or 17 years at the NFC, 20 years, 20, right?
Right. Eagles in 03 and 04, last team to repeat.
Because no one's dominating their division opponents the way you talked about with the Packers and the Bears, the Patriots and the Jets, and, well, the Chiefs in their entire division.
Although, to those Giant fans out there, this shouldn't be a surprise as to why you haven't been any good for the last 15 years. Because in the last 10 years, you're 4-16 against the Cowboys, and you're 4-16 against the Eagles. Thanks for playing.
Oofda.
Yes. Uh-huh.
I will say, and I love all your stats, I'm still trying to get the Slater injury through my head with the Chargers. We've already talked about the Chargers, and we wondered, they got Keenan Allen, but you wonder about their skill guys. You're expecting a lot out of a rookie running back. You really are. Because I don't know what Najee brings to the table. I don't. And now you lose your best lineman for the year.
I mean, I had him. I was going to pick him third in the division, but I was going to pick him to miss the playoffs, and that was before yesterday. So, and now I'm going to double down on it.
It's tough to look at that division and pick them any better than third. It really is. Denver has a better roster. I still think the Chargers have the better quarterback, but Denver has the better roster.
Agreed. And they match up better with the Chiefs because of the two edge rushers. And the weakest link on the Chiefs are their offensive tackles.
Miller and Moulton. A reminder, our fantasy football summit is Tuesday night, but there's still time to sign up. It's at Shoeless Joe's. Dr. Rhoda will be on hand to teach you everything you need to know to dominate your fantasy football season. Go to millerandmoulton.com to sign up. Tuesday night begins at 6 o'clock, the Fantasy Football Summit. Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Ream Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635. American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Faro and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Faro and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Faro and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Michael, that's not a serious question, is it? I mean, come on.
Sorry, David, I didn't have the mic on if you were talking to me.
No, not you. I mean,
Yes, I do think he's better than Nix. Nix has
Come
only
on.
played one goddamn year. Michael, stop it, man. Good gracious.
I mean, we just
Is there
can't.
anybody outside of you and Irish that thinks Nix is a better quarterback than Herbert? Go find me a ranking somewhere. Spend the rest of the show looking for it, please.
I mean, God, we
Good
can't.
God.
We can't say enough good things about your team. I mean, Mark just said that he thinks Notre Dame at 11-1 is the best bet on the board for value to win the Natty. Okay, where's Irish? Seriously.
Oh my God, Michael.
Man, we just can't say
What has
enough
Nick
good
done,
things.
Michael?
Yeah,
What has
Michael,
Nick done?
what has Nick done?
He's played in the league for 1 year, and he got his ass kicked in a playoff game. What's he done?
Yeah, come on. I mean, seriously.
Man, if we say anything about your team that is not roses,
No,
and then we're the worst.
we just sung your team's praises, but it's not good
Jesus.
enough. Ah, God. God. Jesus Christ.
You make this hard.
Yeah, you
Really
guys are
do.
starting to make this unenjoyable.
Then it's not all of you. It's the same 2 or 3 people.
I
And
mean,
Michael, you're one of them.
no, there's no ice in it. No. I might,
Would you put ice in the glass?
because it's got, to go through I might put some ice in the glass, but not nearly as much as you'd think. Okay, Michael, this is the last time I'm going to talk about this. Okay. No, Michael, first off, it's our show. We can do whatever we want.
Yeah, that's actually the truth.
Secondly,
You have your own show. You can do what you want.
and Michael, you have to trust me on this. Okay. Sean Payton wanted the Chargers job. He didn't want the Broncos job. He wanted the Chargers job. He was campaigning for the Chargers job, publicly and privately. And he wanted the job because of Herbert. Okay. That doesn't mean he hasn't done a great job in Denver and he's not doing great things with Knicks. But he wanted the Chargers job. And he held out for the longest time before he took the Denver job because he was hoping the Chargers would change their mind and get rid of Staley a year before they did. Okay? And I know that for a fact. So whatever it is you think you know, if you only believe one thing more that I say to you,
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes after the hour, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Not one, not two, but 3 poll questions. 3. It's International Beer Day. Can, bottle, draft. That's simple. And then not 1, but 2 pickleball questions on National Pickleball Day. First off, do you play pickleball? And that was inspired because I found out in the last week to 10 days that my 2 nephews in their 20s have a weekly pickleball game. I went, I'll be damned.
And one of those 2 nephews was an athlete. I don't know about the other one, but the one was an athlete. I know that for a fact. A pretty damn good athlete.
Played hockey at Shattuck. Okay. And I don't want to say that Shattuck is a good place when you're a mid-teen to go play hockey, but some guy named Sidney Crosby went there. They get to select who they want nationally. And they took my nephew. So yeah, pretty good athlete not that long ago. Still in his 20s.
Obviously not a good athlete anymore.
And has taken a lot of hits while playing hockey, and it's influenced his decision-making. But I still love him. And he plays pickleball along with his younger brother, both in their 20s. Look at those 2 young whippersnappers out there. So I said to Mark, hey, that's kind of changed my thinking. Maybe this is game a little more appealing than we think. Okay.
And my response, of course, is that's the laziest generation ever, so it doesn't surprise me.
Right. And I won't say this on the air, but your nephews suck. Okay. And but then we started talking pickleball, And then it, the pickleball crowd's coming out of woodwork, 21,000 on the text line, the YouTube and Twitch chat room. And so we had to go with, okay, is pickleball a sport? Yes or no? And this gets into the whole golf, bowling, darts, poker, if it's on ESPN, it's a sport. Not
No, it's not.
necessarily.
No, it's not.
So
we got a
So
texter
anyway.
that simply said, draft beer, don't play pickleball, and it's not a sport. Those are the 3 poll questions. Right now, around 63% of you do not consider pickleball a sport. 81% of you don't play pickleball. And you like your draft beer. 49% picking draft beer as their beer of choice. It's a lot of hangovers, if you ask me. It's a lot of hangovers. Draft beer gives me a hangover. It does.
Huh. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever heard that from anyone before. I don't know. Canned beer to me goes warm sooner.
I don't have that problem of letting it stay in the can long enough to really get to that point. And I picked canned beer, 1, because I think you can get it colder than a bottle. And 2, if I said before, if I'm drinking a can, that means I'm by the pool, I'm at the beach, I'm on a boat, I'm on the golf course,
You're doing
I'm at a
something.
tailgate, I'm doing something where you want cans instead of bottles. And that usually something is fun.
I know we're gonna, do the my air advantage or air
Yeah,
advantage,
yeah.
I should say, coolest thing I've seen today. But I do want to relay Yinzer in our Twitch chat room. Yeah, we hate it when the youngsters come on the court. And that's just how he spelled youngsters. You know what? Now I want to hang by the fence just to see the faces when my 2 20-something-year-old nephews show up for their weekly pickleball game, and to see the next generation look at them like, you.
I'm surprised Yinzer didn't say we don't like it when youngsters come on the pickleball court.
How dare you show up at our sport?
Time for the coolest thing I've seen today. As David said, it's brought to you by Air Advantage. Online, myairadvantage.com, or call today, 239-433-4635. That's 433-4635. 18 months. No interest, no payments available. Kind of a cool story sent to me from a listener early this week that the world's oldest surviving basketball court was discovered at a former YMCA building in St. Stephen, New Brunswick, on the U.S.-Canadian border. An architecture firm, which is from Boston, is trying to help create designs for a potential museum focused on the 132-year-old basketball court. And they're raising funds from private sources to do so. Apparently, when they were looking, I guess, redoing this building, starting digging underneath carpets and what have you, and discovered a basketball court from 1893. That's when the first game was played. The YMCA was converted to other uses, and the court's existence on the second floor was unknown for decades until a fire damaged portions of the building. Historians and timber forensic specialists have examined the court and have confirmed that it is the world's oldest basketball court. I like when you find things like, a total discovery. No one had any idea. I think that's kind of fun. That's the coolest thing I've seen today.
Are we sure it wasn't the old court at the Garden? Okay. Are we sure that wasn't the oldest court? Okay. And they just dismantled it? Because let me tell you, that thing had, holes in it, valleys in it, cracks in it. I mean, the Celtics used to laugh, and which are like, yeah, we know where the dead spots are.
The dead spots. That was my favorite part about the parquet floors, that there were definitely dead spots out there. My runner-up for coolest thing I've seen today, but we don't get into this very often anymore. But did you see what Texas Tech did again yesterday?
You mean they got one of the 5 best players in the country?
Lineman from Georgia. to go play football at Texas Tech. Don't tell me it's not about the money, because Texas Tech opened up the checkbook and they're paying kids. They're paying kids in every damn sport they can, and they are trying to be relevant. I am wondering, David, let me ask you this question. Will essentially a Big 12 or an ACC team buy themselves a natty in football by the end of the decade? And you know who I'm talking about. In the ACC, it's SMU. I mean, that's the school. There are other schools that have money. Do not get me wrong. The Knowles, the Canes, I get it. But SMU's not getting any TV money. If they do this, they're doing it on their own. Texas Tech is spending more money than anyone in the Big 12 right now.
Hell, they may be spending more money than anyone in the country right
Not
now.
named Texas.
I even think, Texas has lost kids to Tech here in the 2026 recruiting cycle. Mark, I'm not dodging the question. First off, I think the answer is no. Okay. And we don't count Clemson, Miami, and Florida State, established ACC schools. I don't think SMU will win the Natty before the decade's out. I don't think Texas Tech will win the Natty before the decade's out. But this goes back to, we believe Brett Yormark is making a mistake. Okay. He should go along with the 4-4-2-2-1-1, because for the next 3 to 5 years, he's got programs, the BYUs, the Texas Techs, the Arizona States, that are on the rise, but they ain't top 10 yet, but they're going to get there. They have the financial commitment and wherewithal to now get there. So secure your playoff spots until the rest of your conference is able to win them on their own, if you know what I mean. But I like your thinking, and this is what we talked about. Mark, who would be the school that's not an established powerhouse now, that is going to, now that it's all about money, become one in the next 10 to 15 years?
And if you've listened to the show for any length of time, I was always high on Arizona State. Thought where they were, the alumni that they have, it's a possibility. But when you start dealing with the Texas oil money, all bets are off when you look at the TCUs, the Texas Techs, the Baylors, and the SMUs of the world.
It's time again for the Miller and Moulton Fantasy Football Summit featuring Dr. Roto, Tuesday, August 12th, Shula Show Sports Cafe inside the Doubletree Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. You get dinner and the expertise of one of the best fantasy players in the country, and Doc Roto will even give you a cheat sheet for your fantasy draft on your way out the door. Sign up at millerandmoulton.com. Tuesday, August 12th, is our Fantasy Football Summit. Dr. Roto and you. It's a fun night, and we help you win your fantasy football league.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to nolanagency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or nolanagency.com.
Summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And for the record, Michael, we know it's National Pickleball Day. It's why we have the 2 pickleball poll questions. Miller and Moulton have voted it's not a sport. We also said golf's not a sport. It's an activity. Michael, I would disagree with you on race car driving. Okay. There's a hand-eye coordination part of race car driving. There's an endurance part. And Michael, if you took 1 lap at full speed in a race car, 1 lap at full speed, that lap, okay, takes more out of you than a 3-hour pickleball match. So you may not like racing, but it's a sport.
Do you know that I probably should save this? That 4 of the top 10 nude beaches in the United States are in the state of Florida.
Huh.
None are in Southwest Florida, though.
Huh. No kidding.
Your closest one, David, would be Playa Linda Beach in Canaveral National Seashore. I think that would be the closest to you. Unless where's Fort Pierce? Is that close to you?
1.5 to 2, I think, south.
And Volusia County is another one, and then Miami has another one.
I would think the best one would be in Miami for the scenery, if nothing else.
I don't think there's much scenery at a nude beach. I think it's a lot of 60-year-old guys hanging out, if you know what I mean.
I think there might be a few South American women hanging out at the nude beach in Miami.
I think they're hanging out at the regular beach in Miami.
I would hope so, but so there was a beach that I went to a lot as a kid. It was a public beach. And the last time I went there, all of a sudden there was a sign that said, like, at the end of the month, we're becoming a nude beach. I remember thinking, guess I'll never come here anymore.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Tuesday, our fantasy football summit. Go to millerandmoulton.com, sign up. Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe. By the way, that's where you should hold your fantasy draft. Free private rooms, free Wi-Fi, really good food and drink specials. So Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe, Bell Tower Shops in the hotel. Hope to see you Tuesday. Buffet dinner begins at 6. The event with Dr. Roto begins at 7. You get a cheat sheet. You can take as many notes as you want, ask as many questions as you want. All right. It's a good time. A lot of great information. You'll crush your fantasy draft. It'll help you out through the season. Submit your rosters on a weekly basis. You can always refer back to the notes. Hope to see you. MillerMoulton.com. Sign up. Joe Zagacki, longtime voice of the Canes, coming up at the top of the hour. Hey, earlier in the show, I threw out at you the 5 division rivalries that are the most lopsided over the last 10 years.
Right.
Packers
over Bears,
17-3. Patriots over the Jets, 17-3. And the Chiefs are 17-3 against all 3 teams in their division over the last 10 years. So it's a real shocker that they've won the division every year since 2016, right? Just a total shocker. Anyway. How about the 16-4 club? That's 80% over 10 years. That's pretty good, right?
Absolutely.
Bills over the Dolphins. Don't you have to, if you're the next coach of the Dolphins, if you're a Dolphin fan, don't you want some guy coming in, okay, kind of the way a college football and college basketball coach comes in and they just literally point at their biggest rival and say, we're taking them down. That's why I was hired. We're taking them down. The Bills are 16-4 in their last 20 against the Dolphins. So are the Cowboys against the Giants. So are the Texans against the Jags. And so are the Eagles against the Giants. So to review, the Giants are 4-16 against 2 of their 3 division rivals over the last 10 years. I don't think we have to ask a whole lot of more questions about the Giants and how they've done lately, do we?
Not at all. Not at all. The Jags one is interesting as hell to me because, one, I didn't think they were that dominant, and 2, they host Houston week 3. And they should, if they're going to do anything this year, beat Carolina week 1. And they'll lose at Cincinnati. So that would be a big game early for the Jags. And they don't beat Houston. And if they're going to be a playoff team, if they're going to be this year's sneaky playoff team, and that's the question I've been trying to figure out all week, David, just in my head in my free time. Who are this year's Washington Commanders?
Right. Some people are picking New England. It just was such a big jump. Didn't they go from 3 to 12?
Yes,
to
and I'm
12?
not expecting anybody to go to 12 from that. But can you go from an early pick to 9 wins, to 10 wins, to give yourself a shot at the postseason?
The Rams are 15-5 against the Cardinals. I will say, most fascinating division, NFC West. I'll try to do this quickly. So the Rams own the Cardinals. They're 15-5. The Rams own Seattle. They're 13-7 over the last 10 years. Okay? Yet the 49ers own the Rams. They're 13-7 against the Rams. But Arizona owns the Niners. Arizona owns the Niners. They're 13-7 against them over the last 10 years. And the Seahawks own the Niners. They're 13-7 against them over the last 10 years. So the Niners' success under Shanahan seems pretty remarkable, doesn't it? They can't beat Arizona and Seattle, but they can beat LA.
Well, and I think the numbers you give kind of typify what we think about that division, because I think you could go to 10 people, 20 people, 50 people who cover the league and say, who's going to win the NFC West? And I think you'd get a lot of different answers.
I agree.
Can you say with certainty, like if I were to go through every division, I think I'm pretty safe to say you're going to pick the Eagles.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if you'd pick the Lions in the North this year.
No, I don't think I will.
In the South, I think most people are picking the Bucks. I'm not saying all, but in the West, particularly in the NFC, you see as many San Franciscos as you do Rams. And then there are people that think Arizona's ready to be a primetime player. Seattle, to me, is the only team for sure I don't think's going to win the division. And how many games did they win last year?
10.
Right.
And they've won 9 the 2 years before that. They haven't had a losing season in a while. By the way, how come the Steelers keep having a winning record? And how come it's so hard for the Browns and the Bengals to get ahead of Pittsburgh consistently? How about because Pittsburgh's 14-6 against the Bengals in the last 10 years? That's a 70% winning percentage. And they're 14-5-1, a 73% winning percentage against the Browns.
By the way, just curious, do you have what they are against the Ravens in the last 10 years? How good is that?
It must be somewhere between 8-12 and 12-8.
Gotcha.
Because the list I have, and this is regular season, this
Right.
does not count playoffs. Okay, but the list I have are the teams that have over the last 10 years won at least 65%, 13-7 or better against their division rivals. So the Bears are 3-17 against the Packers. And the Bears are 7-13 against the Vikings. So the only team the Bears have been okay against is Detroit. And that's because Detroit's only been good now for 3 years. So a couple of NFC South rivalries, Mark. Saints are 13-7 against the Falcons. Bucks are 13-7 against Carolina. By the way, why did the Jets have the longest playoff drought in the NFL? All right, this is very scientific, very deep. They're 3-17 against the Patriots. They're 7-13 against the Bills. And they're 6-14 against the Dolphins. That's 16 wins and 34 losses in the division over the last 10 years.
David, I want to go back to something you just said about the Dolphins a few minutes ago. And I'm curious, 21,000 on the text line, YouTube and Twitch chat rooms can chime in. If you're a Dolphin, is that really what, whether McCarthy's there next year or not, or McDaniel's there next year or not, they bring in a new coach. Do you really want your pro coach to say, I'm here to beat the Bills? I'm not saying you're wrong, David. I am merely asking the question because that is so collegiate of an answer.
Yep.
And if a new Florida coach comes in and says, my top priority is to make sure that when we go to Jacksonville, we don't lose to that team from Athens, Gator fan would be all in.
Yep. No, it is. That team up north. Absolutely, Mark. It's a very college thing.
And I'm just curious, pro football fan, Dolphin, is that something you want to hear out of a coach? Because I never, ever think that way. And I'm not saying you're wrong. You just intrigued me with that point because that is not a pro football-like answer.
Nope. But you know who did it, by the way, to some degree? Rex Ryan did it when he went into the Jets. Now, that's over 15 years ago when Rex took over in the Jets. But Rex walked in and said, we're taking down the Patriots. That's the only reason I'm here. To get to the Super Bowl, we got to go through Brady and Manning. And damn it, we're going to do it. And I'll be darned if he didn't go, to Foxborough in a division round and take down a 14-2 Patriots team. He beat Peyton Manning's last game with the Colts was a playoff game against the Jets. Jets won.
Okay, but that's off
Right.
from what we're talking about.
Right. I mean,
Your points, you're accurate, but that to me is we're going to come here and we're going to win playoff games. My job here is to take us to the Super Bowl. My job is not to beat the Buffalo Bills. And I know you can't really get to one without the other. I am merely just wondering, if you're a pro football fan of a team, is that what you want to hear your coach say? And if it is, great. I just found it to be an interesting point that I've not really heard too many coaches talk about. Rex Ryan, you're right.
But you're right, Mark. Most people don't do it. Most people don't come in. But, listen, I actually like Brian Daboll as a coach. I know his record isn't great. I think he can coach. They're 4-16 against the Eagles and the Cowboys over the last 10 years. I'd have no problem with it's Daboll or anybody else stepping to the podium going, yeah, it's time that we start kicking their butt. They've been kicking our butt for 10 years. 10 years. At what point do we get sick and tired of it? As a Dolph fan, I would love for the next coach to say, yeah, all eyes on Buffalo. Seriously, we can't do anything until we can beat the Bills. And we can't beat the Bills.
And Mark, David, Dolph fan can't even think that way, like the text we just received. Dolph fan here. No, our goal is to win the division, conference, and a Super Bowl. I'm tired of this awkward toddler running this team like some boy genius. Another losing record coming. He's not had that many losing records. I will give you that. I mean, he really hasn't.
I mean, your worst record in the last 5 years was 8-9, but it feels like you're accomplishing nothing, right?
And to David's point, I could take everything that this texter said and flip it right into your point. In order to win the division, what do you have to do? Beat the Buffalo Bills.
Right.
That's what you can't do right now.
Even
in the years you're making the playoffs, what couldn't you do? You couldn't beat the Bills.
Ask an old-time Bills fan, by the way. You had good teams in the 70s and 80s. You know who you couldn't beat? The Dolphins. Couldn't beat Shula. That's why it was ironic. Shula's last game in the NFL was a playoff loss at Buffalo. Bills fans like, my God, we haven't beaten the Dolphins in a big game like ever.
So it really is saying what it takes to win the division. Your goals are much bigger, but in order to achieve those goals, more than likely, you got to take down the team that's been beating your butt for 10 years.
And I know the math, I mean, in theory, if you beat everybody else, but you lose to the, your one division rival just twice, I mean, in theory, you can go 15-2, right? But it's usually an indicator of you're not good enough. If you can't beat the best team in your division, well, then can you beat the best team in the other divisions? Probably not.
And at the end of the day, that's what's been wrong with the Miami Dolphins. They can't beat good teams. McDaniel's record against teams with winning records is terrible. And that's the thing that has to change this year, and I don't see how it's going to.
By the way, the Cowboys are 30-10 over the last 10 years against the Giants and Commanders. 30-10. 2 playoff wins.
And, well, the Commanders, we think, have caught them. I don't know if they passed them last year. We'll see about this year. But your Giants, David, you really pointed out why the Giants are where they are.
4-16, 4-16.
That sums it up in a nutshell. Don't know how it can be any more black and white than that for the New York Giants. Joe Zagacki, he's going to talk some Miami Hurricanes with us. And we know Joe's all in for the Canes, Just how good will they be this year? Miller and Moulton. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Joe is on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
We are halfway home on this Friday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, at least in the 239 and the 904. Final hour of the show, Lake City, Live Oak and surrounding areas, Port Charlotte, Venice and surrounding areas. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll talk best team in baseball 1 hour from now. But it's always nice to talk to someone who's been very good to us over the years. Nearly 40 years broadcasting Miami Hurricanes sports, and I believe this will be year 24 as the play-by-play voice of the football team. He's Joe Zagacki, who you can follow on X at Canes Voice, Canes Voice. 02, right? Your first year?
Well, 02 was my first year doing the play-by-play.
Right.
83 was my first year on the broadcast.
Right.
79 was the first year I stepped foot into a radio station. And somewhere along the line, I said, well, I'll just keep doing this until they tell me I can't. So now I'm at 46.
You know what? That's smart advice, Joe. I know you get asked to guest lecture and what have you. You can keep looking at the new generation and go, listen, just do it until somebody taps you on the shoulder and asks you to leave.
Well, they say, if you find something you love, it's not work, right? And so I've been pretty lucky, really, to work in my hometown my entire life. So, yeah, this is year 24 for play-by-play. Looking forward to it. On the way to campus now to take another look at this team that takes the field in, 3 weeks now or less against Notre Dame, and looking forward to a great season. I think they finally have getting to a spot where they're starting to stack up the talent where they will be more competitive with the elite teams in the country.
Well, I've always been a believer, Joe, that teams are built and teams win and lose games at the line of scrimmage. And, Joe, this year, and really for the second straight year, really good offensive and defensive lines for the Miami Hurricanes. It seems that they have a very good foundation to build this team upon.
Yes, I would agree. It's funny you mentioned that because I was thinking about it about 10 minutes ago. That's kind of the way Mario, he's one of those guys that wants to build inside out, old offensive line. It's funny how coaches take on the personality of whatever they played. Defensive-minded coaches protect their teams, probably more conservative. At any rate, he's built a really good offensive line, good depth there. I think the most impressive part about the way he's building the offensive line is, for the most part, all of those guys are homegrown players, high school recruited players that they are bringing through their system, except at center. And they looked at that over the last 3 years and said, we've got to have somebody who's going to have their hands on the ball in every play that's experienced. And as a result, they've had somebody in the transfer portal, go out of the portal at center. But the offensive line, Maui Noah and Inez Cooper have started 26 games together on the right side. Inez has started just about every game in his 3 years at Miami. Maui Noah has started every game in his 2 years. The left side, Markel Bell is 6'9". He's a giant. Kind of reminds people of Brian McKinney. They've had good competition at left guard, so I think they'll be fine there. And then on the defensive line, what I was thinking about today was, we'll find out, people always go, well, it's coaching. And I don't know if they can get any better in the coaching department of the defensive line. That Damian Lewis, who's a former player who had great success as a coach in the NFL, and Jason Taylor's a Hall of Famer. I think he's a really good coach. So if they're any good on the defensive line, they're going to get something out of these players. And Mesidor and Bain, Miami really needs those guys to play up to their capabilities. And really, I think Bain is poised to have a great year. Mesidor, I've been waiting. This is the third or fourth year. He's played through injuries, been inside, he's been outside. I think he's finally got his body right, and he's dedicated to being a great player. And then, inside, they're going need Justin Scott and Ahmad Moulton to really be great players. I think after that, going to rely on some young players in depth, but they should be good on both sides.
Joe Zagacki, longtime voice of the Miami Hurricanes. This will be year number 24 doing football. Follow him on X at Canes Voice, Canes Voice. Listen, we went into last year thinking the secondary was going to be an issue, and obviously it was. And at times the whole defense was an issue. But back 7 with the Canes this year, how much better do they look to you?
I think they're going to be improved at linebacker. But Saints, I think the same. Again, he kind of falls into that Ruben Bain category, and also falls in this category. Miami gets a lot of criticism when they don't recruit players from this area. And then when they do recruit players from this area, some of those guys haven't lived up to the hype. But Saint might fall into that category. He's been good. He's been solid. I think he's a really smart player. I think he's a great teammate. I think his production has been going up each year. But I'd really like to see him become, an all-conference linebacker this season. And then next to him is Mo Toure, who came in from Rutgers, who kind of kicked Miami's butt a couple years ago at the Pinstripe Bowl, was injured last year, but has played a lot of football for Rutgers. Bonner came in from North Carolina State. Popo Aguirre has been in this system for 3 years, made a big play against Louisville last year. So I think they'll be good at linebacker. I think they're going to be better in the secondary as long as they stay healthy. Damari Brown could be a star, but he's been hurt for 2 years. Kind of had an okay camp so far, a little bit banged up. The prize, I think, in the secondary coming out of the transfer portal was Xavier Lucas, and O.J. Frederic was a freshman All-American last year. So at corner, I think they'll be good. Safety, another story. 4 guys competing. We'll find out as this unfolds whether they've got some stars at safety or guys that just, are serviceable. It's too early to tell. But that's the last line of defense. Right now it's Zachariah Poyser transfer in and Jacoby Thomas a transfer in. So we'll see if those guys elevate their game. And I don't think it'll take Notre Dame too long to try to sort that out.
All right. Obviously, they get, I think, the best transfer quarterback that was out there in Beck, but he's replacing a Heisman Trophy winner. So it's not that easy. But I'm more concerned with the receivers. They lost, I think, their top 5 receivers, Joe. Who's Beck going to be throwing the football to this year?
Yeah, he's got plenty of choices. C.J. Daniels played at Liberty, played at LSU, been really good in camp, good leader, smart player, good hands, knows how to get open, has caught a lot of football. Football is JoJo Trader. Remember in high school, he was the opposite side of Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State. Everybody thought they were pretty equal, but JoJo struggled with injuries last season. I don't think he's as physical as Jeremiah Smith, but he knows how to get open and knows what to do with the football once he catches it. I think he's going to have a really good season. They got this kid Moore from West Broward High School, probably under the radar because he played at West Broward High School. The reason he played at West Broward High School is because the guy that he was going to play for at another high school lost his job, so went to West Broward. At any rate, he's like 6'4", and he made a catch in practice the other day and really run. He's a freshman. He made a catch in practice the other day down the sidelines, used his body at 6'4", and went over the defensive back's head and picked it right off his helmet. And I thought, hell, we've been waiting for a receiver that size to make that play for a long time. We've had some big guys here that played small, but he's a big guy that plays big. And you got Ray Joseph, who's been in the system for 3 years, so they got a bevy of choices. I think they'll be okay at receiver. And the way I look at it is Cam Ward was the number 1 pick in the draft last year, was an All-American, could have won the Heisman, probably should have won the Heisman, and he didn't have a first round. It's not like he was surrounded by Michael Irvin and Brett Perriman and, and Brian Blades and Andre Johnson. The guys he had weren't drafted. Restrepo wasn't drafted. Sam Brown wasn't drafted. Colby George wasn't drafted. And the other guy, Horton, transferred. So he made the receivers. The quarterback made the receivers. I think the same will be true with Beck. I think Beck will be good for a lot of reasons.
Joe, do you like the really tough opener? I mean, last year, obviously, opened in the Swamp. Years past, the Canes historically opened with the Gators or opened with the Knowles. Okay, do you like the tough opener hosting Notre Dame 3 weeks tomorrow or Sunday?
Yeah. Well, I like the tough openers. I like the Super Bowl to start. Although, from a broadcast standpoint, it's a little odd because it's your first game. So, it's like taking 9 months off from your job and going to, be a performance. But that's another story. For Miami, look, Notre Dame and Miami have great rivals in the 80s and 90s. Great for college football that they're playing. Notre Dame kind of got over this Hard Rock or Miami, losing in Miami thing by beating Penn State a year ago. They're loaded. They've got a great team. I think they got a hell of a coach, a hell of a roster, and this is a big-time challenge for Miami. But unlike when they had these openers against LSU in Dallas or Alabama in Atlanta or Florida, when they played Florida in Orlando, not last year, when they take the field with Notre Dame, maybe the talent is a little bit toward Notre Dame, but the entire field's not shifting. There's not going to be a seismic earthquake as it was in the past. The rosters are going to be pretty equal, and it's going to come down to, which team can get to their identity in this game. And obviously, first games always have, sidebars of tackling and turnovers and that stuff. But when it comes to talent, Miami's not going to be in this game one hand behind their back.
All right, we got 30 seconds left. What is Miami's identity offensively, Joe?
I think it's going to be more balanced than a year ago because I think Beck Beck, I think, is going to be more understanding in the running game. I think they're going to be very creative. Short version on Beck is, I think the way Georgia used him was in the defensive mode. It was boring. Shannon Dawson is going to be more creative. The Miami was third in the country last year in yards per carry, and I think they can be better in the running game than they were a year ago. And I think that play-action game will probably benefit offense and defense.
He's Joe Zagacki, beginning his 24th year calling Canes football as the play-by-play voice. He's been associated with Canes athletics for nearly 40 years. You can follow him on X at Canes Voice. Canes Voice. Joe, thanks for making time for us. All the best to you and your family. Hopefully we can talk around the opener.
All right, fellas. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Joe Zagacki, longtime voice of the Miami Hurricanes, joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline here on Miller and Moulton.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, I mean, you're right, OC. We are staring at our phones, but I'm on Twitter making sure nothing happened, basically. I mean, that's what I do during breaks.
Yeah, well, just working on a radio show, and besides, it's better if I don't read what's going on in the chat rooms for the rest of the week. Just do my 5 more segments and get to the weekend. It's your chat room. That's what I realized. It's your chat room. It's not ours. So you know what? Have at it. I don't care anymore. We're wrong and we're idiots. And I don't care. Just want to keep having fun doing a sports show. And the chat rooms are not making it fun. Nitpick you to fucking death. I'm done. should do the show for Mark, me, and my mom. If you guys enjoy it, that's great. But if you don't, I don't care anymore.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Ah, that made me feel good. First off, just hearing the dulcet tones of Joe Zagacki, longtime voice of the Canes. But I loved when we asked him, hey, how about opening up with Notre Dame? And he's like, yeah, that's right. That's how you should do it. Okay. That's awesome. That's awesome.
And I apologize. I know that Cam Ward didn't win the Heisman. He was the first overall pick. I misspoke, and I didn't feel like correcting myself in the middle of the Joe Zagacki interview. I know Travis Hunter won it. I made an error. What else is new? 21,000's the text line, youtube.com/Miller and Moulton, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. If you want to take in the show that way, we are. And we promised this early on. We are going to talk the Milwaukee Brewers before the end of the show.
Yeah! Best team in baseball, best stretch in franchise history. They're doing it for Uke. You know what? It's not a bad second team for all of us who have a favorite team. It's not a bad second team to grab. I mean, you know, never won one. Last time the city of Milwaukee won the World Series, Eisenhower was president. I mean, you know.
Ooh, that makes you got to go Eisenhower administration, and I know that makes you happy.
Very happy. Very happy. Yep. So, I mean, I have to admit, we all have our favorite teams. That's not a bad fallback. And believe me, if the Brewers go to the World Series, Fox would really appreciate it if all of you would embrace them as your second favorite team.
Boy, that's the truth. And what David's really saying is that Fox TV wants the Brewers out in the first round.
Right. To lose to the Cubs, Phillies, Dodgers, or Mets as quickly as possible. Right. And have one of those other three teams take the Padres out too.
Exactly. Exactly. We've got 3 poll questions today. It's International Beer Day. How do you prefer your beer, can, bottle, or draft? Right now, draft getting 42% of the vote. But it's National Pickleball Day. And pickleball, to me, is the new CrossFit. If you want to know if someone plays pickleball, don't worry, they're going to tell you. We ask if you play pickleball. Around 80% of you do not. And then we ask, do you consider pickleball a sport? 60% of you do not consider pickleball a sport. Go to Miller_Moulton, that Mark Miller, the David Moulton on X to vote.
Did you do International Beer Day?
I did.
Okay. I was texting with my mom. I said her heart. So I missed that part of our 3 poll questions. I heard the 2 pickleball ones, though. And Dems are fighting words, Mark.
Amongst the pickleball people. Yes,
Yep.
they are.
They're honked off. Coming after us. All right. Got to admit, it was as I mentioned earlier in the show, next month it'll be 3 years here in Jacksonville. And I live in a community. I've never lived in a community before. You know, a gate and everything. And, you know, I'm not that active anymore. So, you know, the fact that there were tennis courts, you know, right when you came in the community and you made a left, you know, whatever. I mean, is there a pool? Well, that's all I need to. That's about as active as I'm a manatee. You know, I need a pool from time to time. I don't need the tennis courts. But man, oh man. Oh, Mark, you should have showed up at the next monthly HOA meeting when they got rid of half the tennis courts and made them pickleball courts. Oh my goodness. I haven't been involved in a controversy like that since Manning or Woodson for the Heisman. Damn.
I'm surprised it was a controversy, to be brutally honest. Most places, whether they're country clubs or whether they're condominium community associations, are rapidly dumping tennis courts to put more pickleball courts in.
Yep.
Tennis is a sport that has been on a consistent decline in participation for quite some time. Pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports from a participant standpoint in the country.
When do you think pickleball will be in the Olympics? You know what's happening.
Boy, I certainly hope not anytime soon, because I know that your 20-something, nephews play it, and I know more younger people are playing it. The numbers are obviously going to be up. It's a relatively new sport, and it was a sport in the beginning typically played by an older demo. So to show me that it's growing with younger people just makes obvious sense. I don't see it, because typically if you add a sport to the Olympics, it's something that younger people are really into. And I know it's growing, but I don't know, David. I hope not, I guess is what I'm saying. I really hope not.
Mark, you've actually hit on it. There's criteria for the Olympics that they can, let's face it, anybody can change their own criteria at a whim. But one of the key factors, apparently, about adding an Olympic sport is the amount of young people that are involved, youth leagues, youth involvement. It's not going to be in the 2028 Olympics. All right. We in the United States and the Los Angeles Olympic Committee, we did not ask to have pickleball in the Olympics. Now, we asked to have flag football, and it got accepted. Apparently, Mark, there are, in this country, pickleball is becoming obviously more popular. People younger and younger are playing it. But apparently where it's really popular is in Australia.
And that's where the 2032 games are.
Right. Now, those that follow this are like, yeah, but man, even though they've got some youth activity that's organized in Australia, is there enough worldwide to make this an Olympic sport? Or are you just catering to the home country? Well, don't you think flag football's catering to the home country?
I mean, that's the criteria. It's the home country that puts the nominations in for the new sports.
Right.
So what David's saying is not outlandish at all. And you know what, David? Maybe they put it in. We've said it all along. The Olympics are for women. And I don't know if, female viewership of pickleball is growing by leaps and bounds. Put it in. The Olympics they've largely jumped the shark, in my opinion, anyhow, with the new sports they've put in. So I'm not going to lose any sleep if they make pickleball an Olympic sport, because I'm not going to watch it either way.
What I would be curious is how many people that have gotten into pickleball, has that in any way reinvigorated your interest in tennis? Or do you look at the two as totally different? And yeah, I'm not interested in what's going on in tennis at all.
And do you practice your pickleball at home by getting yourself a ping pong table?
Well, I will say that would be my argument, by the way. If I'm in the room and I sense the Olympic Committee is saying no to pickleball, don't you at some point have to raise your hand and go, well, you got table tennis, don't you? You're going to say no to our sport? And now they consider everything in their games a sport. That's why I would phrase it that way, even though Miller and Moulton voted that it's not a sport. But for the record, we also said darts and poker and golf are not sports, they're activities. We said bowling's not a sport, it's an activity. Okay, so, we think we're being somewhat consistent, even though I know many of you don't like our answer, but So anyway, National Pickleball Day. Not one, but two pickleball questions. Mark, if that's not a sign of respect, I don't know what is.
Texter at 21,000 says tennis players hate pickleball and vice versa. I can see where a tennis player would get annoyed. Their courts are getting taken away. Everywhere you turn, tennis courts are being ripped down to put up more pickleball courts. So if you're a tennis player, I can see where that comes from. We're talking baseball and the Brewers next.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floormeisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floormeisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floormeisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah!
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Robes, where you living? It's going to say. Winter job? What do you mean manning the pickleball site? It's covered with snow. Gotcha. I thought you were still in the Red River Valley. I'm like, wait a minute. I know we used to go outside year round, but it's only because we were nuts. Tell you, if it was above 32 degrees in Fargo, we wore shorts. That is not an exaggeration. We wore shorts. Now, maybe we might have to wear a sweatshirt, but we wore shorts if it was above 32.
I don't think you're wrong, Adam. I think that and we're lazier as a society. It's just easier. It's easier on the body to play table tennis than it is to play tennis.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, you're right, Panda. I mean, it's easier. Yes.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes until Bart Winkler will join us to talk some Milwaukee Brewers. Best team in baseball, playing the best stretch in franchise history. And their manager publicly the other day said, I'll bet most of you can't name 5 people on our team. And I think Pat Murphy is right.
I know he's right.
And by the way, how many of you knew who the manager of the Milwaukee Brewers was till 10 seconds ago? So Bart Winkler to talk the Brewers coming up in about 22 minutes time. Miller and Moulton brought to you in part by Shoeless Joe's Sports Cafe, which is where your fantasy draft should be. Free private rooms, free Wi-Fi, and many food and drink specials. Never mind all month long in August. They got bingo and trivia on Tuesdays and Thursdays. They got daily meal specials. Fridays means their famous fish fry. Happy hour, by the way, is a noon to 8 thing at Shoeless Joe's. Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers. Good food, good times, and good sports. All at Shoeless Joe's, and that's where we'll be Tuesday for our Fantasy Football Summit. Make sure you sign up, millerandmoulton.com.
Let me ask you a question, David. I asked earlier, and we talked briefly about who the team that we think could be this year's Commanders, going from low single digits to double-digit victories. Let me spin it the other way. Which of these double-digit win teams takes a nosedive? The Bills won 13. Ravens 12, Steelers 10, Texans 10, Chiefs 15, Chargers 11, Broncos 10. In the NFC, the Eagles won 14, the Commanders 12, Lions 15, Vikings 14, Packers 11, the Bucks won 10, as did the Rams and Seahawks. Of those teams, who takes the biggest nosedive?
Well, I mean, I could get technical on you here and say, the Lions, because they could go from 15 to 11. And so that'd be a -4, but they'd still be a playoff team. But I don't think Seattle wins 10 games. I think their transition is going to take them a half or a full step back. I'm not a Darnold guy. Sorry, I'm not. And I thought the Chargers were taking a step back before the significant injury yesterday to Rashawn Slater. So, I mean, there's two right there who I had double-digit wins last year who I don't think have double-digit wins this year. But I got to admit, if you pick the Patriots to get to 7 or 8, that doesn't qualify. Not only did you say double digits, but I think you at least have to go from a top 10 draft pick to a winning record.
I agree with that.
Like I think the Bears were drafting 10th or 11th, but I don't. I mean, I think they could get to 9, but to me, that ain't doing it for me. Tell you what, Mark, I think a playoff spot could come down to the second place team in the NFC East versus the second place team in the NFC South.
Well, I'm curious, and I know you and I both love their roster and love their coaches, but the Minnesota Vikings have a brand new quarterback. And if J.J. McCarthy ain't all that, that sucker could go from 14 to 9 in a hurry.
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, you look at the 3 years under O'Connell. Now, granted, Cousins got hurt midway through year 2, but, they've went 13, 7, and 14. Those are the 3 years so far under O'Connell. And yes, you and I love him as a coach. And we think the Vikings roster is better, significantly better than it was last year. But we have no idea if McCarthy can play. And that's kind of an important position.
And he's starting out with one of his top 2 receivers out for 3 games, which I do think that will affect the Vikings early. I think they've got the Lions week 2.
Well, and they're at Chicago week 1. Let me tell you, boy, if the Bears could win that opener, they have not done well in the division. And if they come out of the chute with a division win, oh man, the hype machine will go crazy. But I'm having trouble right now, Mark. Like I thought, but in fairness to me, like I thought Washington had the best offseason last year, and I thought Washington was going to double their win total, but I don't think I had a win of more than 8. And I thought that was going to be a significant improvement. And hell, they won 12.
Right.
So to me, it's just tough, but then again, Houston went from 3 to winning the South, after drafting CJ Stroud.
By the way, it's Chicago that's got Detroit week 2, not Minnesota. I knew it was a division game. Because Chicago goes back-to-back division games to start. Minnesota, then Detroit.
But, think about it. We went through these stats earlier in the show. The significance of the Bears beating the Vikings. They're 7-13 against Minnesota the last 10 years. I mean, just winning a home division game doesn't sound like a big deal. To the Bears, well, and certainly to their fans, because their fans are well aware of how they've done in the division. Well aware of it.
And trust me, they don't count much against Detroit for the last 2 years they do. Before that, the Lions were at the bottom of the league. But they can't beat the Packers, and they're not very good against the Vikings.
But I'm having trouble finding a team to fit the Commanders' criteria. Like, I don't think New England is a wide receiver. Like Jaden Daniels had McLaurin, 1,300 yards or 13 or 14 touchdowns. I mean, who's Drake May going to score points to? They're going to be well coached. They're going to be physical. They're going to be very good on defense. Are they going to score? I don't think so. I don't think they have anybody on offense that is going to draw a double team. I think it's going to be open season on Drake May. Tell me there's nobody on the Patriots you can't cover.
I mean, Diggs is their best receiver, obviously. So
coming back from a major knee injury
correct.
in his early 30s.
But I mean, that's the one guy you might double. And if you
Right.
double him, who the hell are you going to throw the football to? That's where I'm going with that. But all right, just of the teams that had 10 wins, and Philly, we both think will be good. They could go -3 this year, still win the division at 11-6.
And they do have a challenging schedule. It's not just obviously a first place schedule, but the East plays tougher games, cross rivalry this year than they did last year. And the Eagles, like the Chiefs and the Commanders, just they hardly ever play Sunday at 1:00. They're playing seemingly nothing but primetime games.
Washington, if I'm trying to see what their actually over under is, but if I said 9.5 for the Commanders,
which is what I think it is.
They went 12-5 last year. It is 9.5. So 9.5, where would you go with the Commanders? Off my gut, I would go under.
Me too. Close. I think it's right there, 9 or 10, but I'd go under. They better get this McLaurin thing resolved.
Vikings over-unders 8.5. They won 14 games last year. I think I'd go over the 8.5, but I'm not sure I'd go over 9.5.
All right. The Bears are better than a year ago, correct?
They are.
Are the Packers?
I don't know.
I don't know.
They
but
think they are.
Yes, they do. Don't you think the biggest candidate for the big letdown is one of the top two teams in the North?
Yes.
They won 15 and 14 games a year ago.
And the Lions obviously had a tremendous brain drain with all, not just their coordinators, but the other coaches that went with them. And yeah, Hutch is back, but I don't know how good that defense is.
Well, they just lost a guy who was going to be a contributor in their secondary for the year to injury. The problem is, Mark, I have it in my head that Minnesota's roster is better.
I agree with that.
See, I don't think Detroit's roster is better.
Nope.
All right. And Detroit's had a brain drain. And I have it in my head that Minnesota's roster is better. And there's no way O'Connell would go into this season with J.J. McCarthy and not much else if he wasn't absolutely convinced that J.J.'s a stud. Because they had opportunities to get veteran backups and didn't. They said no to Aaron Rodgers when Aaron Rodgers wanted to play for them. And obviously he showed with signing for $13 million with Pittsburgh that it wasn't about money. Aaron was willing to take a big discount just to play this year. And they said, no, we're good.
But yeah, I mean, the Lions over under is 10.5. Green Bay's 9.5. So Vegas thinks that division's going to take a step back this year. It's just who takes the biggest step back. And how much do the Bears improve? They were 5-12 a year ago. They were better than that a year ago. They were.
I mean, if they go
not much, but I think they were better. I look at them as a team that was better than the record. They're going to be better coached. Can Caleb Williams make the next step? That's obviously what the whole season rides on with the Chicago Bears.
If they go to 9-8, is that enough for them to qualify? 5-12 to 9-8?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't see Carolina or New Orleans going from 5-12 to 9-8. I don't see the Giants going from 3-14 to 7-10. I mean, San Francisco is the team that everybody points to at 6-11. You and I are not nearly as high on the San Francisco 49ers as most people are.
I think it all depends on McCaffrey. And I mean it all.
They're
on
over under
McCaffrey.
10.5. Dude.
I know. I will say NFC West the Niners schedule is about as soft as an NFL schedule can get.
Right. They got the 4th place schedule. Those crossovers are easier for the Niners than the rest of their division. Absolutely.
And they haven't had any injuries yet.
Yet, the key word.
And they had, although that's not true.
Yeah, the
they
receivers hurt.
Well, and they also had to cut their backup kicker and eliminate their kicking competition because they had 15 guys who missed practice earlier in the week and they needed bodies. So they've had some semblance of injuries. You know, is this the year? Are we going to put our money on the Steelers or the Chiefs going south? I mean, the Chiefs have won, 9 straight division titles?
Right. And one, that's another. If the Chiefs went from 15 to 10-7, how shocked would you be? That's -5.
Right.
I don't know if it would be enough to win the division. If they're 10-7, the Broncos could get them.
I think they would. To me, the key is I could see Kansas City going all the way down to 11. And obviously an injury to Mahomes and what have you changes everything. We all know that. But, I mean, are we finally going to bet against Tomlin and the Steelers? Do we have any faith at all in the Jets, Patriots, Browns, Jags, Titans, Raiders? Because those would be the big leapers.
Fascinated by the Jags. I am. To see if Cohn can do something with Trevor Lawrence. And now that you've got what looked to be a great receiver a year ago in Thomas and now Hunter, what are they going to be able to do offensively?
Our Twitch chat room, Sonny asking, are the Raiders this year's Commanders? Boy, if they could do it in that division. See, that's the other thing. If I were to pick a team, I'd have to say, what are one of the 2 softest divisions in the NFL? Because if you're like, it's why, Mark, like it happened last year in the NFC East. Could it happen again in the NFC East? If you're not buying Washington, then there's a good chance you think there's only one good team in that division. That's the division somebody can go from 4th to 2nd in.
It's actually why I keep bringing up the Jags, because that to me is the division you could do it in, David.
Don't disagree.
So, and it's a team that doesn't have outside pressure on them. The Jags don't have any national pressure. Hell, they don't even have any local pressure. They don't.
No,
they're not treated like most NFL teams.
No,
they're treated much more like a college team.
Miller and Moulton. We're going to talk about the best team in Major League Baseball with Bart Winkler next.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Defining a new era in men's health. Get stronger and healthier at Game Day Men's Health. With our in-house laboratory, get in, get treated, and get back to your passion and purpose. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs or Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for a 10% discount on your service. Start living your best with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples. Call 239-427-3441 today.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at
With
AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
This is Miller and Moulton.
No, Ryan, Pat was supposed to be on today. We did talk about it earlier. His flight was canceled last night, so he had to fly back to wherever he was flying to this morning.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour, the final hour of our show and of our week. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, in the 239 and the 904. It's great to have you with us. Bunch of poll questions today. International Beer Day. How do you like your beer? Bottled can draft, and not one but two pickleball questions on National Pickleball Day. Do you play it? And is it a sport? Vote accordingly. Bart Winkler, kind enough to join us, I believe for the very first time, host of the Bart Winkler Show on the Infinity Sports Network. Follow him on X, Bart Winkler Show. Bart, David, and Mark, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. International Beer Day, one of the highlights of the year here in Wisconsin, so that's good.
Absolutely. I probably where we should be for the day. When the Cubs had about a 4-game lead, I don't know, a month and a half ago, we were wondering if anybody could catch them. And we thought the Cubs would be the team making moves at the deadline, and they were the team to beat. And all of a sudden, the Brewers quit losing, basically. What sparked this greatest run maybe in team history? Was it 45-16 in their last 61? Is there any one thing that sparked it, or is this team just better than everybody else right now?
I think there's one specific thing that Milwaukee is doing a really good job of, and it's something that is very frustrating if you play against them, and that's not something I've ever seen a Brewers team be able to do like this, and that is anytime you make a mistake, they're there. Anytime you make any error, they're going to score on you. Anytime you take it easy on a base, they're going to get you out. Anytime that you even take it easy in the field, they're going to take an extra base. They're playing baseball, essentially. They're doing all the little things. They're grabbing every bag. They're taking pitches. They're really mentally and physically very, very disciplined in what they are doing, but they're doing it in like a fun and unpredictable and loose kind of way. I think a lot of that comes from their manager, Pat Murphy, who, Craig Counsell leaves to the Cubs. Pat Murphy's really only here because of Craig Counsell. He coached him in college at Notre Dame, and then Counsell left and say, okay, we'll take the bench coach and make him the manager. 61 games ago, Brewers were 4.5 back, and it did look like, okay, the Cubs will probably win the division. Brewers, they're playing well. Do they get a wild card? Do they not? And then their outburst of the best stretch in 60 games in franchise history. First team to 70 wins, the quickest they've ever gotten to 70 wins. And then at the deadline, Chicago didn't do what we thought they would do. Not that Milwaukee did a lot either, but I thought it was going to come down to like, okay, you got to get in a good position because Chicago's going to get an arm. They're going to get a big bat. And they kind of like did as little as the Brewers did, at least at the deadline. I don't know what the vibes are in Chicago. They don't seem to be good. But now that the Brewers have like a 3-4 game lead and a couple of game lead over everybody in baseball, I think the way they're playing, they're gonna be able to benefit from the frustrations of other teams if they continue to play the way they've been playing, where again they take advantage of every mistake you make, because there's going to be a lot of pressure on these other teams that they're playing. They're going to have a lot of teams on the schedule that are kind of like, okay, let's bring some guys up or play out the string. And if you've got the Brewers being this focused, and if they can continue to do that, then I think this is something that can last throughout the regular season. And then you can maybe even start to think, NL Central Championship, sure, but then you can start to think bye week, which the Brewers have not had under this new format.
Bart Winkler, host of the Bart Winkler Show, kind enough to join us here on Miller and Moulton. Listen, the Brewers have been a really good franchise for a decade now. Just very few people outside of Wisconsin have paid attention to it. But Bart, they've started to lose some guys. They lost Burns. They lost a position player in the infield. I mean, and they haven't replaced him with big money guys. The Brewers were spending 20, 30, 40 million more a year than they are this year. They're doing this on 106 million. Where did that come from?
I think so. One thing that I have, as a Brewers fan, I was born in '84, and the last time they had made the playoffs was '82. So I did not see them because they didn't make the playoffs again until 2008. So I lived for 2.5 decades before I saw my favorite baseball team make the postseason. And I've seen them make them. They had a run to the NLCS in '18. They've been making the playoffs, but they lose in the first round all the time when they do make it. They haven't won a series since 2018. And I've just resigned myself to the fact that they're never going to win a World Series. That's been what I've been saying. I'm giving up hope. I got to see the Bucks win. I've seen the Packers win. Okay, I just don't think I'm going to see the Milwaukee Brewers win. But why I still keep coming back and why I don't just say, okay, I quit being a fan is because I don't think they quit trying. And the way that baseball's structured, obviously we talk about it all the time, and they're going to probably have a big lockout, and that's going to suck. But the way that baseball's structured, a team in a market like this can't spend as much as everybody else. But that doesn't mean that they're just giving up. Some of these other markets, not to pick on Pittsburgh, but they've got an ownership group there that's just content with doing little because you're still going to make money and the value of your franchise is going to go up. The Brewers still try. They still try to be competitive. They still try to find a way by whatever means necessary. They've put a lot of money, maybe not into their roster, but into what they call the pitching lab in Arizona, where they've taken a lot of guys that look lost as a reliever somewhere else. They come to Milwaukee, they find a new life. They have been looking the last few years. They've traded their relievers high. They've traded Josh Hader, got some pieces back for him. They traded Devin Williams, which I thought maybe they could get a little more from, but they ended up trading Nestor Cortez. But Caleb Durbin's the guy they got who's been playing really good for them at third, and now Devin Williams is struggling in New York. They have traded for Quinn Priester, who was just kind of toiling as a fifth starter maybe with the Red Sox, and now he is the Brewers' best pitcher right now. They had a disgruntled player in Aaron Savali who's like, I don't want to be a reliever, I want to be a starter. So they trade him the next day for forgotten third overall pick Andrew Vaughn, who has just been a renaissance man in Milwaukee. So they are finding the diamonds in the rough, and then they are making sure that they are making those diamonds valuable. It's really been remarkable. I don't have all of the answers how they do it, but they do keep trying. They've invested a lot of money internationally. That's how they found Jackson Chourio. So they are turning over every stone, except for the big stone which they can turn over, which is spend a lot of money and retain your guys. But they are finding guys another way, and I think that all adds up to, along with the manager and along with just the blue collar nature of the team, the blue collar nature of the town. I think it is showing results on the field, and it's just kind of like, okay, we can't do it this way. What are the other ways we can do it? And we're going to try to do it those ways, something a lot of other teams don't even think about.
Well, and I it kind of reminds me in a way of the Rays in a certain degree, because you don't have a lot of money and it's doing all the little things right. They don't hit. I mean, to your earlier point, they put pressure on teams because they're way down the list in home runs. They're like 22nd in the league in home runs, but they're second or third in batting average. They're second or third in on-base percentage. They steal bases. I mean, they're doing, it seems, all the little things. And when you put pressure on teams, that makes it difficult. The Brewers have figured out a way, it seems, nightly to put pressure on their opponents.
Well, and that is working very well. The discussion that we're having now in Milwaukee and in Wisconsin is, how does this then translate to the postseason? Because they did not get a big bat at the deadline. Eugenio Suarez or Ryan O'Hearn, names that we're talking about here, and then they go elsewhere. okay, you didn't get a big bat. So what do the Brewers do? They go and score a bunch of runs against, yes, the Nationals, and then the Braves have been down. But come playoff time, I don't know. I don't remember too many teams who've like nickeled and dimed their way into a championship. I just think of last year where the Brewers kind of were like this as well. And then they get into a series against the Mets, and it's a tight game against New York in Game 3 at Miller Park, or it's not called that anymore, but it's a tight game at Miller Park. And then one swing of the bat changes everything. Pete Alonso hits a home run, and the game essentially becomes over. Do the Brewers have that bat? Did the Brewers miss out on the trade deadline by missing that bat? Is that going to cost them in the postseason? So it's been a team that has a lot of regular season success. They win division titles. They do very well. They surprise their win total by 15 to 20 games every year. But in the postseason, they have not been able to get really past the first round, like I said, since 2018. When David Stearns was here as the general manager, he had a phrase that I don't intended for this, but it's kind of stuck. Meaning, we want to be in the postseason as many times as possible. So keep a team that can make the postseason. One of those runs should hit. Though they've hit for other teams that usually beat the Brewers. The apple in 19 and beat the Brewers. The Braves got a bite of the apple in 2020. The Brewers. The Diamondbacks beat the Brewers. Got to the World Series. So the strategy has worked. Just for other teams at the Brewers' expense, it'd be nice if one of these times, they could at least get a little further than baseball playoffs. Man, when you make the wild card, it's fun, but you could be out in 44 hours. It's so quick. So I don't like that aspect of it. If the Brewers do continue this, make the playoffs, I'm not asking for much. I want to sink into the playoffs here rather than be like, I overslept one day and missed it.
Bart Winkler, host of the Bart Winkler Show, weeknights, the Infinity Sports Network. Follow Bart on X, Bart Winkler Show. Bart, hopefully we can check in as the playoffs begin, because the Brewers will be in it, and hell, they may be the 1 seed. Bart, thanks so much. Have a great rest of your summer.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Good to chat with you.
Bart Winkler, the Bart Winkler Show, Infinity Sports Network. Think about that. He's 41 years old. All right. His team hasn't gone to the World Series since he's been alive.
And he's seen the Bucks win a championship.
Right.
That's the Milwaukee Bucks.
Miller and Moulton. Thanks for listening.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You know who sucks at golf right now, David? Shane Lowry. And he's an automatic pick, and I don't see that changing. Like, I don't see him falling out of the top 6. And he's playing terribly.
But Mark, we've seen it far more often on their side than ours.
No, I know, but I mean, like, you know, I like Morikawa. What a big round for him yesterday.
Totally.
You know, I mean, at the same time, Goddard didn't play well.
Nope.
Keegan Bradley didn't play well.
No, Keegan
and we
actually
talked about it. Keegan had an okay British, since the British has not played very well.
No.
So it's just fascinating to me. He's not a Ryder Cupper, Sonny. He's not even close. He's barely in the top 50. He's playing better, yes, but I mean, I think he's right at the cusp of making the next tournament. We're kind of talking about Ryder Cup. But.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when to wrap up what has been a pretty fun week here on Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Miss any part of the show? Go to MillerandMoulton.com. Download what you missed. Joe Zagacki, voice of the Canes, about an hour and 20 minutes ago. And we just talked with Bart Winkler, who grew up in Wisconsin and is 41 years old and is yet to see the Brewers make a World Series. Came within a game of it 7 years ago. Lost Game 7 in Los Angeles to the Dodgers. But Mark, he ain't alone. I mean, last time the Brewers were in the World Series was 2 years before he was born. But in Bart's lifetime, I mean, that's the last Dolphins appearance in a Super Bowl. 84 season. Against the Niners. Jets haven't made a Super Bowl in, well, this will be year 57 since their only appearance. You know, we all know the franchises have never gotten to the game.
Yeah, it's why when you do that, I just kind of, I glaze over. It's like, really? I grew up in Michigan. All my friends that are diehard NFL fans would do anything to have seen their team play in one, no matter when it was.
Right. So, you know, I guess with the former GM of the Brewers, who's now the president and GM of the Mets, David Stearns, you know, bite of the apple. We just want to get as many bites of the apple as possible, which, as you pointed out, that's kind of been the Rays philosophy. Do what you can with what you have to get as many bites as the apple as possible. They've gone to the World Series twice in the last 17 years. But, you know, when are certain teams even going to get to the championship game of their sport? Never mind win the series or the game, but just get to. And is this going to be the year for Milwaukee? Seattle's never been to a World Series.
All right. My $20.
Mm-hmm.
Better shot at making the World Series this year.
Mm-hmm.
The Seattle Mariners, who right now are a wild card team.
Right.
Or the Milwaukee Brewers, who have the best record in baseball. Who would you take? I know who I'd take, and it's not the Milwaukee Brewers.
I will say, though, the Brewers are, if they don't fumble, bumble, stumble here, they're going to be a top 2 seed, which means, you know, they'll avoid the first round. I mean, right now, the 3-6-4-5 matchup involves who's the 3? Phillies or Dodgers?
Phillies are the 3 right now.
Right, and the Mets are the 6.
Just a half game ahead of them.
Right, and the Mets are the 6. And so the 4-5 is the Cubs and the Padres. So think about it. 2 of those 4 teams are going to be gone. Okay. And the Brewers right now, they're the 1. They'd get the winner of Cubs Padres.
I got you. I
would take Seattle.
I just think Seattle, with what did they need at the deadline?
Bats.
What did they go get?
Bats.
Right.
And I also think the National League's better than the American League. So the 2 opponents that Milwaukee will play, will be tough. I mean, think about it. If you're playing either the Dodgers or the Padres, most people in baseball would take the Dodgers or Padres roster over Milwaukee's. And by most, I mean 29 out of 30. Granted, though, the Mariners, unless they overtake the Astros, the Mariners may have to play an extra round.
Well, even if they overtake the Astros, that might only get them the 3. Because right now, the Astros are the 3. The Tigers are ahead of the Astros, and the Blue Jays have the best record in the American League.
Right.
So no guarantees for any. I just like the way Seattle seems to have figured it out. And I don't know if the Brewers can. I mean, they can't continue at the pace they're playing. Are they a case of peaking too early with the best 60-game run in their franchise history?
Even though the National League is better than the American League, though, every National League team's got flaws. Every single one of them. Short series, anything can happen. And like, Bart was trying to say, when's it going to happen for us? That's all. When does it just, as we pointed out, Braves, when they won the World Series 4 years ago, were a game below 500 at the trading deadline. Okay, the Phillies made the World Series as a 6 seed. Arizona made the World Series as a 6 seed.
And I'm not remembering the Arizona team well enough, but the Braves team could mash. The Phillies team could mash. I don't look at this Brewers team as a team that can mash when it comes to October.
No, there's no doubt.
I mean, they're 22nd in the league in home runs. That is not typically the recipe to make a strong October run.
I think they can win the division without him, but somebody who they need in the playoffs and right now is hurt, that young pitcher, Mizorowski, okay, because he strikes people out. They'll throw him out there for 6 innings. He ain't going to give up much, even against the Dodgers lineup, even against the Phillies lineup. And by the way, the team that was scoring runs the first 90 games of this season more than anybody was the Cubs. The Cubs are tearing the cover off the ball up until recently. And why the Cubs didn't go get an arm is absurd.
Well, the one they got hurt, right?
Well, but he was, but it was Soroka. I mean,
I know, but
I mean, they need to go get somebody.
Some interesting series this weekend in baseball. Blue Jays and Dodgers. Possible World Series preview. Red Sox and Padres. Could say the same thing there. Mets and Brewers. Monster series for your Mets right now, David.
Oh, my goodness.
They got to figure something out.
So you're reeling. You've lost 8 of 9, and you're going to play the team that is on an epic, historic heater. Got it.
The Phillies are in Texas. Texas trying to figure out a way to get into the playoffs. We'll see what they can do there. And the Astros and Yankees. So of, 5, to me, fairly intriguing series this weekend in baseball. Worth paying attention to. And let's be honest, you don't have many weekends to pay attention to baseball. It'll become your weekday sport not too long from now.
The thing I still love, the Yankees still hate the Astros. Going back to 2017, they still hate them. Okay, that Yankee crowd will be into this series, and they're down on the team right now, but they will be into this series. I think there's a chance we get some garbage can action this weekend in the Bronx.
But it's a huge series for the Yanks. But it's big for the Stros, too.
Sure.
They're a game and a half up on Seattle. Seattle's hosting Tampa Bay this weekend. And Tampa's might as well stick a fork in them. They got to figure out, unless they can go on an 8-10 run, I don't think there's a lot left in the tank for the Tampa Bay Rays. And I just don't see it.
This is amazing to say, but the Yankees are the 6th seed right now in the American League.
Game and a half up on both the Rangers and the Guardians.
And Tampa Bay, 4.5 back of the Yankees, 5 in the loss column. 46 games left. I mean, what do you have to go, 30-16? That gets you to 87. Would that be enough?
Right there. Right there. Might need a couple more, David. You might need a couple more.
Wow.
Miller and Moulton, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today was the day when and what's on tap. It's how we finish every day off, and it's how we'll finish the week off next.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from that fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. For over 50 years, the Nolan family has been dedicated to protecting local families. Nolan Family Insurance is a second-generation independent agency that specializes in home, flood, auto, and boat insurance. They take the time needed to explain your coverage options and answer your questions so you can make an informed decision that's right for you. If you're looking for an agency that treats you like family, call 941-639-1122 or go to NolanAgency.com. That's 941-639-1122 or NolanAgency.com. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
David, just got a text from a friend of mine back up in Michigan, and I don't know if you know the answer to this. He said, what the heck happened to Sports Grid on 169 Sirius Radio? He listens to Scott Farrell, which I don't know how you can still listen to Farrell, and I love Farrell, but man, that's a tough listen. All gambling information is on Visson now. Farrell was let go a couple of weeks ago, and 2 weeks later, Sports Grid is off the air. Are you aware of anything with that?
I have to admit, I didn't know how Sports Grid was staying on the air.
I didn't know it was on the air, David, so that's where I am with this. I didn't know it was a channel.
Well, SiriusXM was a big fan of VSiN from the get-go. So I think they just gave VSiN a better spot. Apparently, Sports Grid is now going to go more towards casino gaming.
Okay.
I don't.
No, Sonny. No. No, Patrick Reed has no chance of making the Ryder Cup team. None whatsoever. Bryson appears to be the only live player that's going to be taken. And winning on that tour means nothing to the guys that pick Ryder Cup teams. It just doesn't. By the way, we're up to 66 for the summit.
That's awesome.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Most all the injury news that we end up talking about is bad. Some good injury news is coming out this morning. They feared that C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who left the Eagles after winning the Super Bowl and signed with the Texans, he had to get helped off on a cart yesterday at practice. Very rarely a good sign when the cart's brought out. It was brought out for Rashawn Slater yesterday at practice. That turned out to be a torn patella tendon, out for the year. Mark, they're saying Gardner-Johnson did not tear his ACL.
Great news.
That, don't know if he'll be ready for the opener. I mean, we're down to 27 days to the Eagles and Cowboys. So what's that, 30 days for the Texans? But if it's not a torn ACL, maybe worst case scenario, starts the season on the PUP list, miss the first 4 weeks. But the Texans think they're a team, by the way, that can go on a deep playoff run. The way people are talking about Denver, that's how Houston feels about themselves. They're like, we can rush the passer. Our defense was top 6 in the league last year, and it's going to be better this year. Our line won't suck as badly as it did last year. Our offense is going to be better. Okay, we'll see. I actually like their OC, who they fired, and he's now on the Dolphins staff, Bobby Slowick. But
a lot of injuries to receivers last year. I know they don't have Diggs this year, but their other 2 receivers were all banged up.
Yep.
I worry about their line. I know it wasn't good a year ago. I don't know how much better it's going to be. They lost Tunsil.
Right.
There are things that had to be replaced on that offensive line. How much growth can they have will be dependent on how good they are to me this year, David.
Remember, they took the Chiefs to the fourth quarter in the division round last year at Arrowhead.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today Was the Day When is brought to you by our friends at Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, 239-427-3441. That's 427-3441 or online, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Mention Miller and Moulton for 10% off your service. We start in 1786 today, David, when Congress unanimously chooses the dollar as the monetary unit for the United States of America. Thank goodness. I wouldn't want to have a pound. I like the dollar. Brigham Young is chosen as the head of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints following the death of Joseph Smith today in 1844. I will say Brigham Young University sounds a lot better than Joe Smith University.
I agree.
I mean,
It's got
the rest
more.
of it I don't care about, but
It's got more clout to it, doesn't
yeah,
it?
it does sound
Panache.
a little more academia. Brigham Young, Joe Smith, it's like Fred Jones. I mean, what are you going to give me? All right, David, you will love this one. Today in 1920, the Tigers beat the Yankees 1-0 in the shortest American League game ever. It lasted 73 minutes. President Truman signed the United Nations Charter today in 45. Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny Yellow Polka Dot Bikini was the number one song in the land today in 1960. I'm sure there would be a group ranting and raving about the sexuality of that song if it came out today. The Kingsmen released Louie Louie today, and some radio stations ban it due to rumors of obscene content. There was any. They just couldn't understand what the hell was on the song today in 1963. The famous photo of the Beatles crossing the road was photographed today in 1969. It would be the cover of their Abbey Road album. Nixon announced that he's going to resign at noon tomorrow in 1974.
My grandfather called my mom. I was 8. Called my mom and said, "Get him out of bed. He needs to watch this. This is historic."
Today in 82, Ray Floyd wins his second PGA, beating Lanny Watkins by 3 at Southern Hills. My guess is Lanny took him for a few hundred on Tuesday earlier that week, but that's just a guess.
And that honked Ray off, and Ray can hold a grudge.
Carl Lewis wins his 3rd gold medal of the LA Olympics today in the 200 in 1984. 1987, U2 lands their second number one hit with I Still Haven't Found What I'm Looking For. That album, The Joshua Tree, kind of a big deal. NWA released their debut studio album Straight Outta Compton today in 88. That night, the Cubs and Phillies were rained out at Wrigley in the 4th inning. It was supposed to be the first night game ever played at Wrigley. Carlton Fisk tied Johnny Bench, hitting his 327th home run as a catcher today in 1990. Today in 92, James Hetfield of Metallica was burned by pyrotechnics, and Metallica couldn't continue. They were opening for Guns N' Roses. Axl then blew a gasket and stopped their set after 15 minutes, upset over monitor problems, and a near riot ensued at Olympic Stadium. The original Dream Team wins gold in Barcelona today in 92. The Notorious B.I.G. released Juicy today in 94. Gangster's Paradise released by Coolio today in 95. And it was today in 2006 that Sylvester Stallone and Chuck Wepner settled out of court for an undisclosed sum. Wepner claims he's the inspiration for the Rocky movies. I don't know why he had to claim it. Didn't Stallone admit that on like The Tonight Show, David?
I believe so, but Wepner financially did not benefit until very late in his life.
Jerry Tartanian and Mel Tillis would have celebrated birthdays today.
But, I was watching a documentary late last night, and just to see Tark chewing on the towel, okay, it's just unbelievable. I mean, think about that today. I mean, Tark was doing it in the 70s and 80s and into the early 90s. Could you imagine Bill Self? Okay, name a prominent NBA coach. All right, chewing on a towel when things get tight with social media and how negative we are today. And we thought it was kind of cute. Okay, well, that's different.
Right. And at the same time, everybody hated his program because they all knew he was cheating.
Right.
They were all cheating too, but they didn't like the new guy cheating in Las Vegas.
Right.
That
he
bothered them,
right,
especially UCLA.
Right. But he chewed on a towel, okay, and he was bald mostly. And so a lot of people just found him lovable. Look at Tark chewing on that towel. Yep, it's a close game late, Jerry.
Dustin Hoffman is 88. Kenny Dryden is 78. Robin Quivers is 73. Don Most, you know him best as Ralph Melf. He's 72. The Edge from U2 is 64. Roger Federer is 44. And Yande Diaz is 34. What did I miss, David?
Federer still looks great.
Yes, he does.
He really does.
That's a great looking guy.
Yeah.
In tremendous shape.
Yeah, he's
not that he's very accomplished in anything either.
No. He's going to age so well. He's going to be 64, and people are going to look at him and go, "Damn, he's still a stud."
He's going to be like Borg without all the off-court problems.
Right. Yep, that's true. Spike Lee. Did you do Spike Lee?
I did not.
She's Gotta Have It. That was his first breakthrough movie. Okay. Today in 86. But to me, the best part of that movie, what came out of that movie, which became a bit of a phenomenon. Lee was in the film playing an annoying bike messenger named Mars Blackman. Him and Jordan doing the shoe commercials. Mars, Michael, money, money, money. It's got to be the shoes. Come on, Mars. All right, I digress.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
This good is for David Moulton, and really David Moulton only.
Oh, that's nice of you.
We go to South Carolina for the good today, where a woman had been using the same set of numbers for years.
Oh,
in the Palmetto Cash 5 drawing.
No.
She finally hit and won $507,000.
All right. That's worth it.
How long you been playing those lotto numbers, David?
Well, father-in-law died in May of 2001. So there you go. Been playing, 2 to 4 times a week for 24 years.
And all the years before that he played those numbers.
Right. Nope. Haven't hit it all. Have not hit at all.
All I'm telling you, David, is that there's a chance.
Oh, there better be, Mark. There better be.
For the bad, we'll go to Florida in Flagler County, where Autumn Bardicia was fired from her job as a registered nurse. She was fired because she falsified the documents saying she was a nurse. She provided medical services to nearly 4,500 patients between June of 24 and January of this year. She wasn't a nurse. She submitted false documentation and provided a license number belonging to a nurse with the same first name and said she recently got married and changed her name. She was asked to provide a marriage license, but never did. In January, she was offered a promotion. A colleague reported her to authorities when they realized her nursing assistant license had expired. After a 7-month criminal investigation, they figured out that she wasn't a nurse. Finally, the ugly. We go to Philadelphia, where Ryan Campbell was blocks from home. Blocks. When he decided to go to Wawa. And then while at the Wawa, in the parking lot, he decided to pull the goalie.
Oh, come on.
A police officer noticed him at 4 a.m. tugging on himself in a parked car. Not only did he get the indecent exposure charge, but he had a gun sitting in the car with him.
Oh.
And it turned out that there was a incident at the parking lot of a nearby mall that he is now being linked to. That, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Friday, August the 8th, here on Miller and Moulton.
Sometimes it's good just to pass up that last second visit and just go straight home.
Exactly.
Straight
All he had
home.
to do.
Yep.
Go home, turn the computer on, he could have had a hell of a night.
We went through some of the key baseball series earlier this hour, but Marlins in Atlanta, they lost the opener of the 5-game series against the Braves after having a 6-2 lead in the 6th also. Could have gotten them back to 500. Remember, doubleheader tomorrow, historic Jen Powell, 48-year-old, has been a AAA umpire since 23, will work, I think, second base and then first base. And then Sunday, she's got home plate. She's a replacement vacation ump. They get called up from AAA. They'll usually work a series. You know, umpires get vacation time too. So, little history over the weekend. Rays in Seattle, as we talked about. Boy, tough team to try to gain ground against, but they need to take 2 out of 3. They got to win.
They really do, and I would not bet on it.
Nope, I wouldn't either. Golf, round 2, FedEx. You know, the Golf Channel and ESPN Plus, and then NBC Peacock over the weekend. You know the drill. FS1 today, Fox over the weekend, LIV in Chicago. You know, just saying. Want to watch, I don't know, Rahm, DeChambeau, a couple of Ryder Cuppers.
And lots of preseason football. NFL Network, your go-to.
Yeah. By the way, it is interesting. The Dolphins on this 11-day road trip to play 2 games and do a bunch of scrimmages. Have a great weekend, everybody. Shoeless Joe Sports Cafe is where your fantasy football draft should be. Free private rooms, Wi-Fi, plus food and drink specials. In August, Shoeless has bingo and trivia Tuesdays and Thursdays with your chance to win free wings and beer for a year. Fridays, live music on the deck. Saturdays, karaoke on the deck. Plus daily meal specials like Wednesdays, $6 wings and half-price pizza. Watch all your baseball and football at Shoeless Joe's, your home for good food, good times, and good sports in the Bell Tower Shops, Fort Myers.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
With summer approaching, time to take care of your own house. So stop into the Floor Meisters and see their huge in-stock selection of carpet. The Floor Meisters has 100 rolls to choose from, starting at $2.99 a square foot for carpet, pad, and installation. Come in and ask for Dave and have him show you the Dream Weaver Select. Many styles and colors to choose from to fit everyone's taste. Floor Meisters, 6281 Naples Boulevard in Naples, right next to Costco, or go to the web, floormeisters.com.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health creates customized game plans to optimize your health. Call 239-427-3441 for our Bonita Springs and Naples location to set up your free testosterone test and consultation. Mention Miller Moulton Radio Show for 10% off your service. Find your maximum self with Game Day Men's Health, Bonita Springs and Naples, Florida. Call 239-427-3441 today.
Southwest Florida's scorching heat is on its way. Stay cool with Air Advantage. As a proud Rheem Pro partner, Air Advantage delivers top-notch air conditioning solutions to keep you cool and comfortable. Right now, enjoy 18 months, no interest, no payments on qualifying systems. Call 433-4635 today for expert installation and unbeatable comfort all summer long. Online at myairadvantage.com. Air Advantage. Call today, 433-4635.
This is Miller and Moulton